Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Doctor Who podcast. In today's podcast, we're doing something very special, celebrating 50 years of the season 10 finale, The Green Death, the beginning of the end of the Third Doctor era. Once again, I am joined with Luke.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
I won't be doing any
All
of
right,
that
boy.
accent.
Oh, what on earth's that? Oh, it's my. Sorry, that was my phone started playing an advert. Was it?
Oh,
Lovely.
Go.
There we go.
That wasn't my. Oh no! And now it's playing like the last live stream. It's got a life of its own. It's terrifying.
Boss is coming
I
over.
know. I think so. I think it's Boss's revenge.
We could
Hello,
just keep the
everybody.
last one going, see if anyone notices that.
It's a new one.
So we are talking about Genesis of the Daleks today. That's right, isn't it?
Third time's the charm.
This is the trilogy of it, yeah.
I don't
yeah,
remember
true.
talking about. Don't remember too. Oh, what did you say it was today? Which one?
The Green Death, I think.
Oh, the Green Death.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's Green Death
something
today.
Right. Yeah,
The one with the maggots, I think.
That's what they say, isn't it? The one with the maggots. So this memorable story, this story that indelibly imprinted itself onto the minds of a generation. Those of us who are, God help us, ancient enough to have seen it in 1973, but that's not when you lads saw it, is it? So let's hear, Ben and Luke, when you first encountered this great ancient text.
Do you want to go first, Luke?
It's very exciting. The 50th anniversary of episode 6. And just before, I'd planned to, I'd recorded and gone to great pains of creating a YouTube tribute to episode 6 and the most moving probably departure of a companion in the classic series. And everything I do, if I laterally invert it, I put it inside a fake 70s telly, I cut it shorter, I do this, manipulate the image, whatever, just kept getting blocked. So a terrible shame, really. But there's another poetry tribute that I'll be putting up soon, so which is equally delightfully heavy. It's just a shame that I couldn't have paid tribute to that.
Yeah, I think YouTube's copyright stuff is just getting stricter and stricter.
It's the BBC. The BBC are particularly draconian about it, and various.
I think the way that YouTube enforces it is getting more and more, because obviously now they're checking before it's even released to the public.
Have you two ever fallen foul of copyright in videos that you've made at all?
Yeah.
You have.
There's a whole process of redoing it so it just fits.
Yeah. But as Luke suggested earlier, or no, is it Ben? Look, why?
I think it's Ben.
Ben, it's almost interchangeable.
Poetry Smith boy.
Ben and Luke.
Smith boy.
Bluke. Beneluk. The Benelux.
Lenny. We can be Lenny.
Lennon Buke. Yeah, putting it on Daily Motion might be an idea, but I don't know how that would have to work that out. Anyway, who's going first with the memories of?
I mean, my first experience wasn't Daily Motion. It was. No. I've got vague memories of it being on UK TV Gold.
Yes.
However long ago that was, but I can't. My first proper sit-down experience would have been about 2013, 14, I think.
Now, what year were you born again, Luke? If that's not a rude question. It's not when you're in your 20s. It's not when you're in your 20s, is it? And I'm sure it's you don't start getting.
Yeah, I think the inverse might be.
No, I know you're 26, right? Okay, 97. Yeah. No, because I remember it being on UK.
Actually.
Pardon?
25, actually.
I said 26. No, 25. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not long now. But
not 26.
You said 20.
Oh, you just seem so grown up.
Grown up. A year ahead.
Yeah, you just seemed a year older than you sound. I'm not digging myself out of that one. So, mind you, it's not an insult until you get past probably 40 for somebody getting your age wrong or whatever. Or no, I remember being quite slightly depressed when I was 30, which now seems preposterous. And that Tom Baker said I can't remember somebody. Oh God, I wish I was 80 again. at some point. And hopefully you'll live long enough to yearn for being 90 again. Wouldn't be at all surprised.
Triple figures.
So go on. So it was about, what year was it? In 2000 what?
14, I believe. Yeah.
That was when you saw it.
Yeah, that was when I got the DVD and like properly.
Oh yeah.
And was able to remember it as that. Whereas UK TV Gold, I've got like flashes of the nut hutch and such, and like the goodbye scene at the end. But
yeah,
I can't say whether I actually sat down and saw the whole story or not, or just caught the odd episode or just the odd section of an episode. But so it's one that sticks in my mind in that sense. Funny, like not necessarily the maggots. It's just like the setting of the nut hutch is the most memorable thing from those early watches to me. And I feel like it was one of those ones that was on fairly often. I think that a lot of Pertwee ones I remember.
You hadn't got hooked by this point. Is this when your dad was had them on or whatever, and you were sort of could take it or leave it?
It was more like I was certainly into the new series at this point.
Yeah,
but certainly it was just sort of background viewing in a way in the mornings, like so around 10 o'clock or whenever.
Yeah,
certainly. But yeah, getting the DVD was my first chance to properly sit down.
Is that when it came out? Because there was the original DVD release, and then there was the special edition, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was 2013, the special edition.
Yeah,
and what year was the original release? That was quite some time before, wasn't it?
It was one of the early ones.
It was an early one, yes.
It's got quite a simple cover, and I don't know if I prefer that cover actually.
I do, because I think with all respect to whoever painted the special edition, I always have to turn it over because it just looks daft to me. Particularly that picture of Joe.
Is she sort of like disgusted?
Yeah, screaming.
Yeah, but she doesn't look disgusted. She looks like somebody's tickling her or something.
And it's in like the cricket outfit as well, which is in not her main sort of costume as well, isn't it?
Sort of trying to trick you into thinking it's a multi-doctor story and it's a long-haired Davison.
Yeah, well, that's
Chubby-haired Davison.
Rob Shearman pointed that out. He said, no, why has nobody ever written the story where, in expanded media, where the reason why the Fifth Doctor dressed like that was to pay tribute to the moment one of his favorite companions suddenly discovered a sense of independence.
Yeah.
But there's no. It
was him trying to subtly hint at Tegan, Nissa and Adric that he wanted to fly the coop. He wanted to be independent without them.
He couldn't stand the sight of them. Yeah, that's right. I think that Rob Shearman suggested that if she'd been chewing celery rather than an apple at that point, it would be a dead cert. That was exactly what it was about. So yeah. And what about you, Ben? When did you first?
I would say it was 2007. I would say for me. Got the DVD from W.H. Smith's and it hooked me so much so I would recreate it on a little JCB yellow tractor, and that would be my Bessie going around the garden recreating the final shot.
Were you throwing compost or something out of the side?
Yeah, I had like a little trailer on the back and I'd be throwing stuff off it. So it was great.
It's so strange to think, isn't it, that in a way that these programs where there were kids of my age in 1973 that anybody or Barry Letts or Terence could have imagined that generations later there would still be kids reenacting scenes from these programs that they thought were ephemeral, and the excruciating thought that we could have lost them all. That this would never have been possible. I remember the when Doctor Who Monthly, as it was called at the time, did that first interview with Sue Malden, and the shocking fact of what was missing and what wasn't, and how many of the Pertwee episodes, be the missing. A lot of it was there, but there would it would say episodes 2, 3, 4, and 5, or whatever. Or then it would say, in most of them, a lot of them were still in black and white, hadn't been recovered in color. Not that bothered me. When it said, I think most of the Sea Devils was in black and white. I thought, well, that's fine, because that was how we saw them. I didn't need to see them in color. Indeed, watch this in black and white, which we've discussed, haven't we? That
I'm sure we'll get onto that at some point.
And Luke's been
converted,
converted somewhat,
brainwashed by Boss.
That's right. Processed, I think.
Yeah,
is the word, isn't it? And
so he fell for it.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Is that you with your world of sound effects again?
Yeah, that is. That's me with my soundboard going off.
Is that Bessie driving into the sunset?
That's off. She's off now.
And we'll have an upside down title sequence. I think, is this the only story with the upside down title sequence? I think it is, isn't it?
And it's not even for all the episodes, is it?
It's episode 2 and 5, isn't it?
I'm just sorry a minute. I think something's coming through here. I'm going to have to take this message.
That's quite all right.
Stephen, processing.
Is that wise? I think I already have processing.
Been processed from a young age to become a Doctor Who fan.
Well, it's a strange process, isn't it? And what is it that makes a Doctor Who fan? Is there a Doctor Who fan gene? You know, is there what have we all got in common? Well, what have we all got missing?
Nature versus nurture. Is it the nature in that we get bitten by something and then that mutates us into
like
a
maggot
Who fan, like a maggot indeed? Or is it nurture where we just get processed?
Who knows? Who can tell? Do you think there's a common denominator between Doctor Who fans? Do you recognise a similarity between you and every other Doctor Who fan, or are they completely disparate sorts of people?
I think it's sort of, there's such a wide appeal, isn't there, to the show?
Yeah.
And like through all its different iterations, it just brings in all sorts.
They're all weirdos. We don't want your sort around here. They tend to be certain sorts of people. I was on a train yesterday, and there was some lads, probably in their 20s, all talking in that laddish way about football, you know, and then I was going to visit my mother. And I was in a cab, and this is on Merseyside. Now, if you're not interested in football on Merseyside, it's almost a criminal offence. You'd probably be stoned to death in certain areas, you know. But I was in a cab, and in order to try and start a conversation with a cab driver, you know, I said, "Where do you live?" He said, "I live in Tranmere." There's a team called Tranmere Rovers. And I said, "Oh, you'll support Tranmere then?" He said, "I bloody hate football." I said, "Oh, fantastic! So we don't have to have that, because I do as well." I said, "We must be the only two Scousers."
You have to pretend to be the not we
who don't. Yeah, who don't. He said.
The awkward small talk.
My dad didn't like it, and my sons don't like it either. So that's amazing.
But even then, football's kind of bringing you together in a shared dislike of it.
Well, that was ironically, that was the way that the opening gambit, because you know, if I don't mention it, the driver probably will at some point, and it doesn't matter.
Awkward.
Usually, no, it's not, because they don't need you to talk, because they're not interested in your opinions about it. If you just nod and agree with them, oh yeah, yeah. Did you see that through ball from Neymar? Whatever that, I have no idea what that means, but it's the sort of thing they say.
Sounds
oh yeah. Oh, and that you don't even have to say, you know, you liked it or didn't like it, because they'll have launched into the next bit of their opinion about it. So, but if you try to
say, did in the Genesis podcast, wasn't it?
Was what?
We just nod and say, yeah.
Well, because you hadn't watched it.
Yeah, we've never seen Genesis.
We've never seen Genesis.
I've never seen Genesis of the Giants, and I've never even done a podcast. I've certainly never done a podcast about it, or certainly not two. Talked for tantamount to 10 hours about it. Certainly not. No. Pamela Nash has got that first, hasn't she?
Well, she does indeed. If you do
so-
fancy checking out this stream that doesn't exist, though, please do if you haven't already, because it randomly had 40 views just snatched away from it.
Yeah.
Did YouTube have the right?
The Fiends. Yeah, and you had an explanation about this. Why? So yesterday, the last one we did, the Genesis of the Daleks one, I every couple of days ago, wonder how that's doing, because I was surprised. Well, shouldn't be surprised, because obviously these chats are fascinating. But the first one we did had got over 1,000 views, and so I thought, oh, let's see how this one does, and it was going up like 100 a day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
The Genesis one, and then last night I just got off the train, I think, and I looked and I went, hang on a minute, I'm sure that was 580, and now it's 540 or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But you said there's or there's an explanation as to why that happens.
Yeah, I sort of had a quick look into it. Apparently, it's like dodgy IP addresses or something. Like YouTube
What does that mean? What is a dodgy IP address?
I assume it means they think that it's like bots that are programmed.
No, I see.
So like people paying to buy views, which I mean, I don't think Ben's done. I certainly don't think.
No, I don't have that budget for it.
Yeah, I don't think you
Well,
buy 40 of them.
I haven't got the technical nous to do it. You know, that would be like Tommy from Planet of the Spiders doing something so tiny, or a medieval peasant who's come through a time vortex. I have no idea what. I didn't even know what an IP is. Is it an IP?
It's,
an IPA is a drink, isn't it, or something?
IPA, I know what that is.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. No, but
it's just like how you identify where
what does IP actually stand for?
joining the internet from.
What does it? What does IP stand?
I'm assuming internet something. I'll have a look.
But it's net.
Internet protocol address.
Protocol. Okay.
That sounds very Doctor Who-y.
It does, yeah. Yeah, well, that's it's irritating, isn't it? To but hopefully they'll creep up again.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we've recovered them now.
Pardon?
Yeah. We've recovered the lost 40 now. We're back up.
Oh, is it back to where it was?
500.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother looking if they're not going to. I don't care then. Sodja. So where were we? So Ben saw this in
2007.
2007. And were you already the Pertwee fan that you are now? At this
I
point?
think so. I think I'd latched onto him already. I think, because I think I saw Inferno. Episode 3 of Inferno just changed my life, and I became the Pertwee boy.
It was that specific. It was episode 3 of Inferno.
Yeah, because it was. I think that's the car chase sequence.
Well, is that the first parallel universe episode? Is that when he finds himself in?
Yeah, I think that's the first one when he crosses.
Yeah, it's like
in the
2
fascist
episodes.
Yeah. So that's the one where he sees Liz and she's got the black wig and everything. Turns around. Yeah. That's brilliant. That is superb. That episode, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting. Surprised when the rest of the era wasn't in this fascist world.
That's not a question for me, is it?
No, that's for Ben.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, if your first episode was set in the fascist world, must be weird.
Oh, you thought he was stuck there?
No,
that's where his exile was.
No.
Well, isn't there a fan theory that the Doctor in the fascist world is actually the fascist leader?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it was like in. Is it?
It sounds like sounds like a Virgin New Adventure type thing.
Right. Yeah. Because why isn't there a Doctor there? Well, I suppose that the most simple explanation is because he doesn't belong to Earth.
Yeah.
But that then begs the question: if that's a parallel Earth, is the whole universe a parallel universe? So is there a parallel universe of Time Lords and a parallel universe, with a parallel Peladon and what have you?
But it's not because he says about how he can't bring Liz and the brigade leader and such back with him because their other selves are in the other world. So that would cause a cataclysm that would destroy this entire continuum of all the universes.
Yeah.
So Either it's just special Time Lords stuff that means he can't do that.
Yeah,
He was lying. He was uncertain, or
I
he
think
just doesn't exist in that universe.
I think the the definitive explanation is a 7-part story that couldn't sustain 7 episodes, and Terrence Dick's coming up with a brilliant way of extending it.
It's crazy that the Primords weren't even part of the original pitch. It was just 7 episodes of this project. Presumably, something goes wrong.
Yeah,
Doctor fixes it. Argues with Stallman.
yeah.
Back to
Well,
normal.
well-
Rinse and repeat.
It's interesting that Inferno has come up talking about the Green Death, but on several levels, because when Terrence was lumbered as he saw it with the Exile to Earth scenario, it was Mac Hulk who said, well, you basically got 2 plots, haven't you? You've got invasion from outer space, the alien invasion story, and you've got Mad Scientist. And then I thought about it, he said, bloody hell, he's right. and it's variations on that theme. And then Terrence came up with the threat from the interior, didn't he? Of the be it the Silurians or the Sea Devils, or I suppose, and this one, that Inferno combines Mad Scientist and threat from the Earth itself, doesn't it? The dangerous forces, or you tamper with the dangerous forces of nature at your peril.
Yeah.
And
They
so
dare to tamper with the forces of creation. They dare.
And
We've got to dare to stop them.
we dare to stop. What the hell's that from?
Dark
one's
Base of Earth.
Of course, blimey, I should know that. Mind you, don't mention the War Machine. Although that story has got a mad computer in it, hasn't it? So, which is that the first mad computer in Doctor Who, in the War Machines?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's quite a few similarities, but
yeah.
A point we'll get to later.
Yeah, well, indeed.
So my mental notes.
But there's Inferno and the Green Death, of course, also are very near the top. Well, one of them's the first. Is the Green Death the second story in the Pertwee poll? Did it come second to Inferno in the Doctor?
I don't know. I'll have to have a double check.
Yeah, I think it's certainly going to be near the top.
Yeah, it's definitely near the top.
The splendid YouTuber Richard Lloyd and his equally splendid friend Miles Taylor were doing analysis of the poll results, and I've got a feeling that when I saw it a few weeks ago, they said Green Death was second, and I think Miles Taylor said he would like Green Death to be given a chance at the top spot. I mean,
they've both got the green goo going for them, don't they?
They've got that similarity, certainly, haven't they? Yeah, absolutely. Scientists, because the Mohole project it was based on the Russian thing, wasn't it? But certainly the Stallman thing, it's about a source of energy, isn't it? It's about the need and the greed for energy. A fuel crisis. So it's a similar story in that way, isn't it? That there's a relationship between Stallman and Stevens, and their names begin with ST.
Oh,
so always beware of scientists whose names begin with beware of anybody whose name begins with ST. Like
I was about to say.
I would be very I would be very wary of anybody whose name again with ST. So it's interesting, isn't it? Do you think, because Inferno always comes top, doesn't it? Always comes top.
Yeah.
Do you think that's fair? Do you think it is the best story? That, of course, comparisons are odious and all that, and you got lining up a huge number of excellent stories. How the hell do you decide? Particularly, for my money, the Pertwee era. I don't think there's a weak story. There are obviously there are stories I'm less likely to put on than others. Probably the Time Monster.
I think probably about a good half of the
I don't think the
I
time
wouldn't be surprised if it came top. But I feel like
that's true.
a good half feels like it deserves.
Well, what are the heaviest hitters are Spearhead from Space, Inferno from that season, aren't they? I mean,
The Daemons is a big one. Everyone cites that as.
Can I just point you in the direction of the novelization of the Demons, Ben? Actually, just wait there 1 second. I'm going to take this so I can see it open. Just talk amongst yourselves or breathe.
I'd say Silurians from season 7 as well is a rather popular one.
Yeah, I think only Ambassadors is the one what sort of people seem to think lets down season 7.
Which it doesn't.
Ambassadors, Ambassadors are a lot of fun.
Yeah. Can anyone hear me? I've just realised we missed that story out. What's that from?
Revenge.
Can anyone? and who's doing that voice?
Michael is not Michael Wisher.
This is Michael Wisher.
Oh,
it's like Michael. Sorry, there's another voice. Would you mind doing this? As well as Margaret and say again, Crewmaster Colville. He's doing a tour with you. And there's another voice, I think. Right on page. Oh, I'm not going to leave the light here. On page 83 of Doctor Who and the Demons by Barry Letts.
Not Guy Leopold.
Well, it says if you open the beginning, based on the BBC television series The Demons by Guy Leopold, but the novelization is by. It says, where are we? Why can I find the actual thing? Oh yes, there we are. Are you suggesting that these creatures came to Earth in spaceships? Said Miss Hawthorne, regaining her composure. Yes, I am, he replied. They're demons from the planet Deimos. And at the bottom, there's an asterisk. And at the bottom it says, pronounced demons, DEEMONS.
Right.
So I just, I'll just leave that with you. But it is pronounced it is pronounced Daemons at one point. Demons at another point. And is it pronounced diamonds at some point?
Probably.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
But it's interesting that Barry settled on Demons in the novelization, and that was.
Did he direct that one?
No,
it's Chris Barry, wasn't it?
Chris Barry.
What was the first one Barry Letts directed from his?
The first one he directed is Terror of the Autons. And I just think how it's a bit like Nick Briggs. How the hell did he find enough hours in the day? If you're producing and you decide and then writing, like Planet of the Spiders, produced, written, and directed by Barry Letts. We'll see with a bit of help.
The only time that's ever happened in the show, isn't it?
I would. I think so, absolutely. I mean, I think it's the only time in the history of the show, because you're brilliant at me saying something and you'll go, "Oh no, there's this." Meglos was the first story with a one-word title, wasn't it? No, it was Robot and only two very, very famous stories.
Only a pole topper.
I mean, Barry wanted the Green Death to be a documentary at first, but Terrence was like, let's turn it into a Doctor Who story.
Yeah, because he got very depressed about
the Blueprint for Survival, I think it
is the book by Goldsmith or somebody, I think. I wrote this down, actually.
Yeah, and The Ecologist, January 1972.
Somebody pointed out that this story was being transmitted when Malcolm Hulk started writing Invasion of the Dinosaurs, and suggested that the Blueprint for Survival sounds very similar to Sir Charles Grover's book.
Golden Age.
What's his book? He's written
Last Chance for Man.
There you go, Last Chance for Man. Yes, and that sort of Invasion of the Dinosaurs is a sort of a sly dig at people like Barry Letts, or the people on the spaceship, the sort of the muesli eating peaceniks. But of course, that's, as I've, often think about, the wonderful thing about this era, it doesn't just put one point of view, does it? You've got this story about the dangers of big business, capitalism, and the need, the desire for energy at all costs, leading to potential global destruction. And then the next year you've got a story about, well, yeah, but ecologists can get it wrong as well. If they become fanatical about it, etc., and the dangers of that. And then, of course, a few years later, you've got the Seeds of Doom, where the ecologist is a psychopath who likes plants better, and the World Ecology Bureau in that is headed by, it's corrupt. The boss is Michael Barrington, who was always had this air of, he was most famous for playing the governor in Porridge, the governor of the prison, and he was just one of those people you just knew. He always played sort of buffoonish, easily fooled characters, and he has that sort of air of, not being the most responsible or useful bloke in a boss position, doesn't he? In the Seeds of Doom.
His wife's always expecting him home for tea.
My wife's expecting me home for tea.
I swear that's in Porridge as well, isn't it?
Say again?
I swear that's in Porridge as well. I thought
it's a very similar.
It's at one point when
he was always the same. He was one of those actors who always gave the same performance. And he's one of the people at that time who'd come on stage and come on the screen. You go, oh look, it's the governor from Porridge. Like in this story, this will mean nothing to you, but the actor who plays Elgin was spectacularly well known at this point for playing a character called Adam Chance in Crossroads. He was one of the regulars in Crossroads. And when a girl I was talking about UK Gold. This was, I think, UK Gold started showing the Pertwee stories in the early 90s, and I was going at this girl called Carmel, and this came on. It was episode 2, and then and Elgin comes on, and she just started pointing at the screen, wetting herself. She goes, she goes, it's Adam Chance, which is the character from Cross. And she said, and he's wearing one of that set of joke shop glasses, nose and moustache, because of course in Crossroads he was clean shaven, didn't wear glasses, but and you so used to seeing somebody in a particular costume or looking in a particular way, to see Adam Chance in Crossroads with glasses and nose, and it is a fake moustache, and as Katie Manning points out on the commentary, those glasses are a bit too big.
It's pretty much the same disguise that John wears when he's the milkman.
But John,
that's where the logic went.
Or I tell you what, it's more like. It's more like it's the Delgado disguise in as the general in Axos.
Oh, how you only see it from the back and then
Yes,
it's painfully obvious when he turns around.
His glasses, yeah, that's right. I think somebody pointed out there's somebody else who looks like that, but I can't remember who it is now. Lawnmower moment.
Surprised that the glasses, nose, and moustache aren't one piece.
Well, that was what she was.
That's disguise.
Yeah. Well, that was what Carmel was suggesting. What's the name of the actor who plays Elgin and played Adam Chance? He's just one of those people. You just look at him and go, "That's Adam Chance."
Tony Adams.
Tony Adams. There you go. Yeah.
But even more confusing when it's Adam in both names.
Yeah. That's right. Well, it's most confusing when an actor has the same name as the character. So what was that? What was that recently? There was something I was thinking about where was the actor and the character have the same name, and I can't remember now. Yeah, I suppose you want to know when I first saw it. Well, of course, I first saw it in 1973. Surprise. And,
Twice.
Well, yeah, indeed. And the great thing about the repeat, the Christmas repeat, was it was on at 4:00. I wonder if that was a deliberate reference to the importance of 4:00 in the story, because that's the fatal moment, isn't it, in episode 6, 4:00.
That's where T-Day comes into operation.
D-Day, yeah, the attack. And that was one of those days when we were out, and I kept saying to the day of the repeat, and I kept saying to him, Doctor, Dad, he said, what time's it on? I said, it's on at 4 o'clock. I just remember it so vividly. It's on at 4 o'clock. Okay. I said, are we going to get back for it? At one point he went, we'll see.
Uh-huh.
And I go, oh no, you know what we'll see is no, but I'm not going to take the flak for it yet. You know, that means no, we're not going to get back in time for it. And anyway, it will late. I think we got it's funny, like I said, with Robot missing the first bit, and remember when the telly came on, the first scene you see was like in that one was Tom Baker with the jeweler's eyepiece. What's the episode after the mine that were that's episode 3, isn't it? We were late for that, and the telly came on as they discover the egg in the shaft. I just remember that the telly coming on and go, oh my god, what's that? And how did they escape from those maggots? Well, because I'd been spared the gondola scene, as Terence said. Oh, it's the gondola scene. Yes, this is ridiculous, isn't it, Barry? It looks like a pantomime. Well, wait 6 years and it'll be like a pantomime every week. No, I didn't say that, did I? So yes, and of course in black and white, and it was, as you know, preparing for this again. I hadn't realized I hadn't watched this. I hadn't done the black and white on this one. I've done the black and white on all the other 73 ones, but I hadn't done the black and white on this one until this week, and it immediately brings it back, and immediately, I think episode 2 epitomizes Doctor Who for me. You know, and it's about being the quintessential Doctor Who memories are being trapped. So the first memory, Pertwee and Joe trapped at sea on that, you know, horrific, decaying, rusting sea fort, and on that sea fort is this terrifying, giant, murderous reptile that can burn through iron doors, you know. It's a recurring theme of things that can burn through things. The Ogrons burning through the spaceship door in the Frontier in Space. That's the most terrifying. The Daleks burning through the door of their own basement in Planet of the Daleks. Those cliffhangers. Well, of course, it's not a cliffhanger in either Sea Devils or Frontier in Space, but they sort of cliffhanger moments within stories. But this is probably this, and the Joe and the Doctor stranded on the marsh in Carnival of Monsters, and the build-up of the suspense there, where they keep cutting back to Vorg and Shurna, and Shurna says they'll never make it, and you cut back, and Joe says this is in Carnival of Monsters. The Doctor, she said, I don't like it here. So something's very wrong here, Joe. That wonderful ramping up of the tension that something appalling is going to happen. This story, this episode 2, does it over the whole episode, because we don't know. That's the thing, you know, coming to these stories later, fans, and it's you've seen the DVD cover, you know it's the one with the maggots. We didn't know it was the one with the maggots. We knew it was called The Green Death. We didn't know there were maggots in it. We knew that somebody's killed in the first episode. Somebody's turned green by we know not what. And then in then somebody else gets, Di Evans phones, doesn't he, from down there. There's just this wonderful sense of what the hell is it that down there that's turning them green? Because we haven't seen it. And that sound, that weird sound of when the Di Evans calls up on the phone. I remember the dialing sound of the phone was alarming. And he said, "Help me, boys! Help me, quick!" And then that's all you see. And then Joe's going down. So there's the first great cliffhanger. So they're going down to this whatever hell's down there, and then Hinks has stolen the cotter pin, and the mines, the lifts plummeting down the mine. Ended episode 1. My memory of that, of Pertwee going, "Stop winding, man," and all that business. I think is the line is, I think the line is, "What?" Isn't it? And my memory of it is it was the most incredibly high velocity crash zoom from a distance, bang into Pertwee's face, which it isn't. It's quite gentle. But my memory is this. My memory is that loads of episodes ended with enormous crash zooms into Pertwee's face. This is not the case. I mean, there is an era where there's a crash zoom in every episode, isn't there? Is that Colin Baker's? Was it Trial of
a Time Lord every week?
They're not quite.
Like usually leaning back on the chair with his eyebrows raised, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. With that strange cliffhanger sting, which sounds like somebody's got a sheaf of very thin aluminium strips and has half-heartedly sort of slapped them on the table or something. Yeah, so there's that first cliffhangers, and then there's the whole of episode 2. I think is one of the Doctor Who. It's a masterpiece in building up the suspense of the cliffhanger. And then, so to anybody, if there is anybody, you're gonna have to look at the chat in a minute. If anybody's listening, I would recommend watching this in black and white. I've converted Nick Briggs to doing this and Benji Clifford to watching it, and Nick sort of said, "Go, God, it's that. Yes, it's about." Do you remember I sent you that message? He actually came up with a quantity of how much more frightening it was, wasn't it? It was 125 times more frightening.
Yeah, I think so.
And so I sent these 3 clips in black and white, didn't I, from episode 2 yesterday? And then first thing, I'll sometimes send Nick a sort of a breakfast clip. And so this morning I sent him the cliffhanger in black and white, and he replied at 9:01, "Glorious! That's the cliffhanger I dodged scout camp to see resolved." I think it was, as you said, it turned him into a subversive or something. What was it?
Yeah, it was Pertwee's influence making him a bit anti-authoritarian.
It's a very, very bad influence on kids, Doctor Who, as we all know from Mary Whitehouse. She's quite right. But of course, and that thing, but to invoke the name of Mother Mary, of course, reminded that what she said about the images are left in the mind of a child for a whole week. A week is an eternity to a child, and each time the jeopardy of the cliffhanger, the suspended enigma, we believed that was how the hell is he going to get out of that? Or she's like I said last week. Did we talk about Genesis of the Daleks at all? I don't think we quite covered it all. Actually, funnily enough, afterwards I suddenly thought, oh, meant to mention this, meant to mention that. But I think it's
always the way.
When Sarah fell from the gantry, I believed she was dead. That was. I spent that whole week convinced that was the end of Sarah Jane Smith in a sort of a strange sort of suspended grief, a freeze-framed grief of Sarah Jane. So, but this was one of the most powerful ones, and it is. They're a wonderful invention, the maggots, as a personification, as a monster personification of pollution and destruction of the planet. You couldn't come up with anything better, could you, as a metaphor? With their association with decay, putrefaction, and the end of everything. The ultimate entropic symbol, the maggot. Brilliant idea.
Yeah, I mean, there is a story where Pertwee says about how the Earth becoming one giant slag heap, isn't there? And then here you've just got the maggots on the slag heap.
When does he say when does he say? It's a favourite word of the Pertwee, isn't it? Slag, for some reason. This is slag, ash, and clinker in another story.
I mean, I like counting how many times he mentions good grief in a story.
Good grief! Well, it's just the most memorable good grief is seeing maggots for the first time. Yeah. That's the one I remember. I remember him saying good grief in this one. That was his oath, as he saw the maggots. Also, that's
I think he says it to the Brigadier, doesn't he? Where
he says it later
on. Good grief,
Brigadier. Yeah, when he gets hypnotized with the crystal.
Oh, it's like
Yes,
oh,
he
good
does.
grief,
That's right.
Brigadier.
Yeah,
Brigadier
Yeah,
is like flipping off
it's that
with
episode 5. Yeah, there's a good
Chin.
grief there. Has anybody done one of those videos where they cut all the times?
Supercut.
I think they
Is that what
have.
they're called? Have they done a good grief one?
Oh yeah, somebody has.
Somebody did
about
all
8
the
in Green
times he
Death.
said. All the times he said. On the contrary, somebody did that, which he says.
You listen to me.
Did you watch that? What are you doing here? One.
Yeah, I did.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? It's possibly the most repeated line of all.
And yet his most famous is the one he only said once in his era.
In the Sea Devils.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
And only Evers.
And Five
only
Doctors
Evers
as well.
says it. Yeah, but that's like a homage, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've often thought about the Five. I love the Five Doctors. I love the Five Doctors deeply. And of course, you know about top-notch Doctor Who on Friday, lads. But it's ironic that Terence Dick said, when I'm writing the Doctor, whichever Doctor I'm writing, I always think of Pertwee because he was my Doctor. You see, but for my money, the writing of Pertwee in the Five Doctors often sounds like somebody who was misremembering, like Great Balls of Fire. Great Balls of Fire. I mean, that doesn't. I remember at the time that sort of jarring and going. He never said Great Balls. That's a 1950s rock song.
For me and Ben, because Five Doctors would be one of the early ones we watched.
Oh, so you were expecting to say Great Balls of Fire every week.
Time he's
in the mind. Yeah. Great Balls of Fire. That's right. Yes, Joe. Great Balls of Fire. But when I was always amused when he first meets Ainley in Bessie, that somebody who didn't know the show might be forgiven for thinking that the master was called Jehoshaphat. And he goes, Jehoshaphat, it really is you.
Oh, yeah.
But there again, where did Jehoshaphat come from? This wasn't anything he ever said.
I mean, was it part of the script by Terence, or was it something that Pertwee himself?
Well, unlike interesting talking to one of that conversation I had with Peter Miles, and that extraordinary evening I spent talking to Peter Miles, and I asked him what the differences were between working, because he worked with Pertwee twice, so he knew him, and he was a friend of Pertwee's, and then he became a friend of Baker and Sladen. He said Baker was constantly coming in. He'd have these funny little bits of paper with extra lines on, and Maloney was very, very receptive to the changes of lines and everything. And he said, but Tom was constantly saying, oh, maybe we should say that. Or he'd say, actually, do you think it would be better if you said this rather than that? So he'd be making essentially said generous suggestions, building up other people's parts, Yeah. But he said, the difference between Pertwee and Baker couldn't have been greater. So we all know the famous story about Troughton, and Pertwee expecting he goes, well, that's not the line. It's something like that. It's near enough, isn't it? Or whatever it was. He said, no, with Pertwee, he would learn the line as written, absolutely as written, letter perfect. And if he had a problem, he wouldn't make a suggestion. He would go to Terence Dicks and say, this isn't working, and he'd get Terence to rewrite it. So he wouldn't. So anything, he was absolutely. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we associate him with comedy and presumably and cabaret and vaudeville, and you imagine that world is very much oriented towards
ever the performer,
and very much oriented towards improvisation and doing sort of coming up with stuff yourself. But with this, as he's doing this straight stuff, he's absolutely dependent upon the script as written and would stick to it. I mean, so those lines would definitely have been written by Terence Dick.
I mean, the Green Death lets him go back to his roots with like Putney the Postman and stuff like that.
It's unique. It's unique in the era, isn't it? Because it's the only story where there's any sign of what I think probably what a lot of appalled fans of the 60s era thought. Oh my God, John Pertwee, what the hell's going to happen there? Because he was known for for doing 1001 funny voices.
I mean, Troughton's probably did more, didn't he? Certainly
Funny voice,
funny voices and disguises, because
Well,
he
this
got that
is
weird
only-
sort of hobo look in Underwater Menace, doesn't he?
This
He's
is
the
you
Noonan.
can correct me if I'm wrong. This is only the second and last time the doctor, the male doctor, ever dragged up after the washerwoman in the Highlanders.
Yeah.
Is there another example of the doctors
don't
in the classic series putting on a frock?
I'm
Can't
pretty
think of
sure
one.
there isn't.
I'm
no.
amazed Tom Bacon ever did.
Right up his alley.
Some point in the Williams year, I think it'd be terribly funny if I came on in a ball gown here, Graham. Well, I'm going to do it anyway.
I think he probably was suggesting, how about me and Mary Tam swapped outfits for this story for no reason whatsoever?
Yeah. Astonishing that never happened. Yeah.
Mhm.
Which of Mary's outfits do you think he would have looked best in? Do you think?
That's the age-old question, I think.
That's it.
Well, he could have worn
One
the
for
big
the
white coat. He'd look great in the big white coat, the Rebus operation coat.
Yeah, the big feathery one.
Yeah. And of course,
I mean,
then
blood
Lala, of course, immediately dresses up as him, doesn't she, in the first story? And then comes up with her own girl's version of it, the pink version. In that better sequel to Genesis of the Daleks. That great improvement.
I certainly think so.
Yeah, I'll do a
Has
10-hour
done
special on
it.
that.
Well, we could do actually at some point. We could certainly do season 17.
Well, we need to
You
do
know.
Genesis first. Come on.
Oh God, do we have to? I think it's all been said. There's nothing
No.
more to say about it, and certainly hasn't been said by me. Actually, I must dig out what those. There were a couple of very, very important things. Oh, that's right. But we are still talking about it. Talking about the staggering significance of it. It's the flipping inspiration behind the Time War, isn't it? For God's sake, it's influence. That's where the idea for the Time War came from Genesis. Because I was going how significant it was and how it sort of reinvigorated the program and it beefed up the Daleks again, and it was specific about Nazism and fascism for the first time, and because creates Davros, who's comes back ad infinitum. But the Flaming Time War, which is the central theme of the new series, wasn't it? Why don't you have a look at the chat while I go into another room for a moment, very briefly? I'm not leaving.
That's quite all right.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, I'll be probably about 15 seconds. Hang on.
No worries.
Okay.
We've got Hoovian with a small collector saying, I'm late. I just finished the third audio novel. I blame that for me being late. No worries. Thank you.
No
for
worries,
joining
we're
us.
here.
Right. That was about 20 minutes ago, if you're still here. Always wonderful to have you with us, Hoovian. Yeah, that's the Capaldi one, isn't it? Emancipation of the Daleks.
That's a very good one.
Yeah, you enjoy that one, don't you? Yeah, that's one I've yet to pick up. And Daniel Hager, Fifth Doctor fan. Hi guys, how are you free on this beautiful afternoon / evening now? But I think it's fair to say we're doing quite well.
We're talking about the Green Death. Life's good. Can't get much better than that, I say.
Yeah. Daniel also says, why is the Third Doctor era so amazing as my era is the Fifth Doctor, as it was my family doctor? No. Yeah, Third Doctor era, there's something special about it, isn't there? I don't think there's quite a dud in there.
There's no dud. I think it's the most consistent the show has ever been. It always delivers. It's got a strong moral compass. And I think the Green Death is the Pertwee era distilled.
Yeah, it's a shining example of that. I feel like it's also one of the most, probably the most iconic of the Pertwee era.
You've got the action, you've got the helicopter, you've got a man from the Ministry, you've got the brig sort of dry humour. It's got Green Death's got it all.
Yeah, but even beyond that, I feel like for people who aren't necessarily Doctor Who fans of a certain generation, I think before the new series came back and casual viewers dived into that, I think if you were to ask someone who wasn't a Doctor Who fan about Doctor Who, they'd have said, "I remember the one with the maggots," if they were watching around this time.
Yeah, they would, and because there's various reasons for that. Hello, I'm back. Did you look at the chat? Did you look at the
Yeah,
chat?
Yeah, we've covered.
Has anybody said anything?
We've got Daniel Hager and
Is
who's
it? Are you sure that it's pronounced Hager? Because I asked him if it's pronounced. Because I look at it and it looks like Hager.
Yeah, Daniel, if you are still here, is it pronounced Hager or Hager or something completely different?
It's nice to know. Like with Mr. Cronogue, of course. You know, it's nice to be educated in correct pronunciation. Who else is there? Ow.
Hooving with a small collection.
Hello, Hooving. Hooving with a small collection. I'm so sorry about that. I'm sure it's getting bigger. He's got the miniatures now. They've got the miniatures now. Who else is there?
Well, it might shrink down again because of that.
No, very good. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it so far. Yeah, not a very lively chat today, but we've got some lurkers around as well.
Yeah.
Lurkers, yeah.
All are welcome here.
Well, maybe it's not as popular as it used to be. Green Death. But I think it was important to pay it tribute on its 50th anniversary, its 50th birthday. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of the. It's
Jolly good fellow.
It's indeed, and all the maggots in it, and Boss, and all the Welsh people.
Stylish one has joined us now. Hello.
Oh, hello, the stylish one. It wouldn't be the same without the stylish one.
Part of the furniture, really.
Well, a very very fine,
very comfy,
like a Louis XV chair, you know. Very, very, very. You don't want to pick it up and try and hit somebody with it.
Well,
haven't they worn well? Do sit down if you want to. Oh, all right then. Yeah, let's talk about City of Death instead. As it came top of that poll.
Both got death in them.
They have indeed. They have indeed. What else? What are the other links right now between City of Death and the Green Death? Are there any other links between City of Death and the Green Death? Music by Dudley Simpson, of course.
Well, there you go.
And
that might be it.
I'm trying to think. Is there any special effects? No. The design. This is Ron Oates and what's the name of the bloke who makes the maggots? Sort of always in the documentaries. Colin Mapson. That's right. And the special effects on City of Death. Is he called McMahon Smith? I think the bloke on that. Anyway. What were we talking about? Oh yes, why it's so memorable. One of the reasons why it's remembered is because it's one of the ones that were repeated were remembered because you got a second chance to see them. They were repeated around about Christmas, and they often got ratings almost as high as the original flipping broadcast.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it helps with this one that it was in summer at this point, and so more children were out playing, whereas when it comes back on in winter.
Yeah, that's right.
Although at 4 o'clock.
That was why. But 4 o'clock in the Christmas holidays.
Yeah, that was still been.
Yeah. No, it was
flipping freezing out.
Exactly, and everyone's watching telly at Christmas. You know, it's that's the thing, isn't it? It certainly wasn't those days. There's only 3 flipping channels, probably nothing on the other side. But so the Sea Devils is so remembered because it was repeated choice. That's probably the most remembered one. And the maggots. I'm calling it the maggots. And the Green Death being one of the few stories that was repeated.
I suppose it helps as well that it has that mantra of the one with the maggots. Like there's not too many other.
Well, I'm not sure if this is it's actually a myth, and nobody has ever asked that question ever. It's made up by a journalist or something.
Yeah.
What do you mean the one? I've never heard anybody say. Nobody ever said to me, "Well, the one with the maggots." Occasionally, people have said, "Oh yeah, the Green Death." They remember the title. People I've known. They go, "Oh yeah, the Green Death." You know, it was a remembered title. People remembered the name the Sea Devils, and people remembered the name the Green Death, and people remembered the name the Planet of the Spiders. You know, and this is non-fans. Nobody said the one with the spiders. They might have said the one with the sea devils. Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mean the sea devils? Yeah, that's right. That'll be the sea devils. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's a bit behind the sofa-y and wobbly sets, sort of. It's in that area of irritating cliches. But it certainly was remembered. It was remembered as being extremely frightening. And you know, the maggots are pretty well realized. That thing of taking a real animal's skull and teeth and putting them inside something
Yeah, ferret, wasn't it?
is well, I think Colin Mapson says they're not actual skulls, they're facsimile skulls.
There's one story that has an actual skull in though, isn't there? Like an actual. Is it? Oh, it's the Drashigs.
Well, but that
They're
might be apocryphal as well. They might not be real. They might be facsimile ones, but I don't know. I know Colin Mapson on the commentary on the Blu-ray says they weren't real skulls. They were casts from. I think are they fox skulls or stoat skulls or something like that. But that's good enough, isn't it? We don't have to have a real flaming
No.
dead animal.
I mean, they look.
I mean,
They
John
look
took
very
one
real
to
as well.
Sean, didn't he, as a gift?
And Katie Manning's got one in a suitcase somewhere, she said. She's still got one. It's wrapped up somewhere.
Yeah, and I think Sean took the Metabilis crystal, and there was a panic trying to get it back for Planet of the Spiders.
Oh, really?
Because he wouldn't give it
really?
back. Yeah.
Who took the Hand of Fear? There was apparently there was a gap in recording. They all went to tea and they came back and somebody had stolen the hand. I'm not sure if they ever found it.
Nah.
It might have been Eldrad, actually, who wanted it back.
Got up, grew a body, and walked away.
It was if something had gone missing when John Pertwee was around. It was probably John Pertwee, wasn't it? Because he was a well-known thief of props. Wasn't
Probably
he?
the most popular story is the boat, isn't it, from Carnival of Monsters?
The Spinnaker, I think.
Yeah,
is that what it was called? Yeah, which he actually went to the trouble of unscrewing. Yeah,
and then it turns out he had to give it back, but it turns out he didn't nick the one that they were looking for.
Is that what is it's more complicated than I remember? Then
I believe
you had to give it. What?
Because I believe there's two of them on the boat. There's like the one in the captain's quarters or whatever that's already promised the captain, and then there's like a spare one or something. And John nicked the spare one, thinking, "Well, it's a spare one, you know."
No, I see.
No one's going to want that. And then, but someone else had also nicked the actual one, and I can't remember who it was, but certainly they came to him at like a convention or something, however many years later, and admitted it.
Oh, really? Barry Letts probably. He was a right old tea leaf. Barry Letts on the quiet.
I think it was someone on the more design side of things.
Yeah,
I'd have to have a look. I'm pretty sure it's in the Blu-ray booklet.
Has anybody passed any comment on the in the chat?
Oh, Stylus Run's actually just passed a comment on what we were just speaking about. Fun fact: John Pertwee tried to take the spare compass from the ship in Carnival of Monsters, but got caught and had to give it back. It was the original he couldn't take. The poor spare compass might have gotten stolen by someone else or scrapped, which is interesting. I'm pretty sure the Blu-ray booklet does mention it was someone else, and they admitted it to him a while later.
Right. Yeah. Somebody in some of the FX department or something.
Yeah, I have to go. I'll go grab that actually. I'm curious now.
Yeah.
Well, we back in a minute.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, because he took Bok, and then he took some furniture from the Spearhead location as well.
Oh, he did, didn't he? That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. Was it Derek Sherman who told that story? Or somebody else?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he had Bok in his garden, I think.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, which is nice.
He did. The polystyrene Bok.
Yeah.
So where does in sort of top Pertwee stories? So would you put Inferno top?
No, not for
What would you put? What would it? Sea Devils top?
I'd say Sea Devils for me.
Yeah. I find it very, very difficult to choose to put one right at the top for sentimental reasons. it's the Sea Devils because it's my first memory, and it was repeated twice. And it was the one it was the one I most wanted to see again in all those years of inaccessibility. And of course, so it's strange, isn't it? Those the early ones, they're not of my era, are they? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I saw them, I was seeing them for the first time, probably not that many years before you were seeing them.
Yeah.
Well, I know when they were coming out, it was in the mid '80s. Yeah, that's still quite a long time before you. But no, some of them when they were coming out.
And plus, season 7's a completely different, Pertwee style.
It's a different, it has a different tone, doesn't it?
Yeah, very different.
It's not like the difference between the Tom Baker Doctor of Ark in Space and the Tom Baker Doctor of Horns of Nymon.
Yeah.
But there is a difference, isn't there? There's less
rearrangement.
Warmth. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it, that there was a determined realism in the approach to season 7, and with a story like Inferno, it's dealing with, I suppose, relevant themes. It's dealing with the business of needing to tap energy sources, which is of course a preoccupation in the 70s. And here's I think this is the only story, according to Terence Dix and Barry Letts, where they set out with a particular political purpose, where they set out where Barry Letts had felt so strongly, and Terence Dix has suggested they do a Doctor Who story about it. It's the only one that actually sets out with an agenda, to use that prevalent word. So
I've solved it.
Oh, go on.
Terry Walsh.
Oh, tell! Blimey!
Maybe he was dressed up as Pertwee at the time for a stunt, and so he was caught.
And so
incriminated him.
Yeah,
well,
that's a
John
very good
had
way of throwing shade on somebody else, isn't it? You just dress up as them because you got a facsimile costume, hadn't he?
Well, John had a pact with Terry about the costumes.
What was that?
Well, they made 2 of each costume, and John would give Terry his costume and give Terry extra money to look after it, so he could use it for convention footage.
I see.
Like stuff, so he could use it for public appearances.
Is this the story in which the wig that Terry Walsh is wearing in the fight scene is the least like Pertwee's hair?
Very probably. It's not helped that it's broad daylight as well.
It's broad daylight. It's the wrong color, and it's in a completely different style. But apart from that, it's fine.
See, I never noticed it as a kid, but it's only until a couple of years ago I was like, "That's not John."
I wouldn't have noticed it as a child either. No, I mean, I didn't, because when you're 6 and you're peering at a 70s television in black and white, you can't see a lot of what's going on anyway.
It's also not the most action-intensive scene anyway. So you look at it and think, John probably could get away with that. He's got away with...
Well, he does the classic, I'm going to jump off and then land and pick myself back up, doesn't he?
Off the cherry picker lorry.
Yeah, off a cherry picker. Yeah,
that's a very good. That's a yes. Yeah. And that's clearly, well, that's not clearly Terry Walsh, but it must be Terry Walsh because John's jumping wasn't his, because he had dodgy legs, didn't he?
But he does some interesting runs, doesn't he? Like when he's
well, he's always got a bit of a limp.
Crimea,
Yes, Gallipoli, El Alamein. Does it really matter? And sometimes I think when the first time I saw the Demons at the BFI in 1983, and because I all we'd seen of Pertwee by that point again was Carnival of Monsters and the Three Doctors, and he doesn't run in those.
No.
And so it was, and in my memory, he ran like, somebody who ran very elegantly, or the $6 Million Man or something. It was a surprise. There's a scene in The Demons where he's running away across a field. I think he's come off the motorbike. And he's running away, and he looks behind him. Do you know that? Do you know the scene where he's come off the motorbike, or rather, Terry Walsh has come off the motorbike, and then he does the. And I remember looking at it, going, "Oh God, he looks like Wurzel Gummidge running."
And then
because his legs are quite close together, and it's quite sort of limpy, isn't it? You know.
And then Invasion of the Dinosaurs, we've got Paul Slade trying to drag him along. Really.
When's that?
I think that's part one.
Just after they escape the little holding
center,
isn't it? When the Jeep.
That's the music, though, isn't it? Right. What she's sort of leading him, is she?
Yeah. And then John just slightly gets ahead and can't really maintain it.
Bless him. You've intrigued me now. I'm gonna have to rewatch that now. But this is the first story. This is the story where he first says Venusian Aikido and not karate.
Yeah, I mean, that's another link to Inferno there, because that's the first time that came up.
And I think they thought that karate sounded too aggressive or violent, and Aikido sounded less violent and perhaps a little bit more exotic. Or maybe they discovered that they don't do karate on Venus; they actually do Aikido. That might have been it, actually. And this strange form of martial arts which makes people do somersaults. It's interesting, isn't it, when you watch how regularly violent he is? You know, there's often I'm quite, and I love that. What's it? He said, "Going to have a go, are you?"
Terrific.
Yes, I'd forgotten Hinks and how I quite like that character. A load of old cods.
I suppose it's because he's written out quite like part 3, isn't it? Or is it start of part 4?
Well, he dies, doesn't he? At the start of part 4, yeah. But I love the way
that he dies.
Pardon?
Is it confirmed that he dies?
I don't think we ever hear. They don't come in and say, "Oh, isn't it awful? Mr. Hinks has died," do they?
Yeah, because I know after he's bitten, the doctors the others died. So, and then you never hear from him again.
No, we feel sorry for funny little Welshmen, but not funny little evil, violent Cockneys.
Poor old
poor old Bert Pritchard. Is he called Bert Pritchard, or is that just in the book? Because of course I've been reading the book. The book is fascinating, but we'll come to that. What was I going to say about the violence? Can't remember. Change topic.
A fair bit of it, isn't there, throughout the era?
Because in my memory, that's very much part of how I considered it. Think about the Pertwee Doctor. That he was a physical doctor, and if there was physical threat, he would meet the physical threat with a physical threat. And
it's all going back to that whole James Bond thing, isn't it? Because half of it's the gadgets and the cars, and then the other half is the action man side of it.
The action side.
The difference is that he's also Q, isn't it? It's Q, isn't it?
Yeah,
Q's the gadget bloke. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
he's Q and James.
He Bond is. He's his own Q. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
You don't tend to see him in bed with Russian spies, though, do you? Sort of that sort of thing. That sort of aspect isn't part of the formula.
No, that more comes along with David Tennant.
That certainly comes along with David Tennant. Yes. No, Pertwee said no. The Doctor is completely asexual. It's a strange pronunciation of that word. Doesn't have those sort of emotions at all. Okay, well, wait 20 years.
Well, he's always at the gentlemen's clubs, isn't he? Never go near any of the ladies.
No, with Tubby. But no, that begs the question. He experiences significant emotional pain. It appears, doesn't it, through Joe's exit? Is there do you ever get the sense there's anything more than a avuncular paternal relationship, a fondness that is there a sense that there was anything more between, not that anything happened, but that there was those sort of emotions were actually potentially there?
I think there is. I think it's sort of like unrequited and also, well, not unrequited as such, but they both know it can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But there's certainly that thing, and the fact that Cliff is sort of portrayed as a younger doctor.
Well, that's what she. That's what she's. Yeah. It's extraordinary, isn't it? That she's talks about this person that she's obsessed with, who's like a younger third Doctor, and she's read all this stuff about him, but yet she's clearly never seen a photograph of him because she doesn't recognize him.
That's just sort of.
She has no idea how old he is. So and so it's this. Why is it such a surprise to her when she goes into his laboratory and there he is surrounded by toadstools and he's got a microscope and it doesn't occur to her that it might be Clifford Jones.
Yeah.
She's too busy going, this is a bit Terror of the Autons, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yes.
They write about him in the papers, but never bothered to take his picture.
Never any photographs of him or mentions of his age.
I mean, maybe it's just Katie's eyesight. So
that's true.
There you go. That's good. That's true. That's
the
true.
Pictures are there. She just can't work out which one he is.
It's never sort of referred to it that Joe has the same appalling myopia as Katie Manning, does it? It's not a thing that Joe's eyesight's rubbish as well.
I mean, she's not got glasses on when she's reading the paper at the start while eating her apple.
No, she's not. It's dressed as Peter Davison. Yeah. And that fact that she how many times has she seen the Doctor tinkering with trying to fix the dematerialization control? And there's this enormous great thing that looks nothing like the dematerialization control. And she says, "Is that the dematerialization control?" Have you not been paying an iota of attention? It's funny, isn't it, how thick she's written still in this story when she doesn't understand that when they're using Cliff's cells to experiment with. Oh, did it hurt? So that how little science do you have?
We're not going to make a scientist of you yet, Jeff.
Not to have heard about, how people take scrapings of whatever it is, to
mucus membrane.
Mucus. That was the word I was going to go. I can always rely on you. You're a bit of a sciencey person, Luke. You're very good with the sums, aren't you? Also good with the science.
Not so much anymore. I'd say.
No,
It never went beyond GCSE for me. No.
I think because what's interesting about when Sladen talks about Tom Baker, and he'd often there'd be a line that she had, and she said it was great being with Tom because he was always on my side in terms of making the character more interesting and more, giving me. See, so this line's ridiculous. She's that's the line of an idiot. You said I wouldn't travel with somebody to say something like that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't travel with an idiot. And she said that was great because there was this need for the companion to be intelligent, and he'd keep reminding them while they were making it that the companion was supposed to be an intelligent character. And I often think with Katie Manning, there's repeatedly lines you go, oh God, that makes her sound so stupid, And of course, John Pertwee doesn't change lines, and Katie Manning didn't.
He just changes costumes for Caroline John.
He just changes costumes for Caroline John
when they went down into the caves in Silurians.
He changes costumes in this because I don't just mean dressing up as comedy Welsh people, but of course
I mean for Caroline John, he very much put his foot down and said she's not going down there in a miniskirt.
I see. Oh, right. Okay. Right.
But he won't change the script at all, as that line wise. But he will put his.
He goes so far as to say that that's a ridiculous get up to be doing such and such. I do like the fact that
that's a ridiculous moustache. Oh no, it's the shoes, isn't it, for the Brigadier? He said, no, the Brigadier wouldn't wear shoes like that. with
Really?
when Nicholas Courtney went and bought his own. I think
Is this Nick Courtney had a problem with his own shoes?
Nicholas Courtney brought some shoes and showed them off to John, saying, "I think the Brigadier could wear these. What do you think?" And John said, "No, the Brigadier would never wear shoes like that."
What story was this in?
I don't know if there's a specific story attached. It's in the
I've not heard that
Doctor
one.
Who stories interview with Nicholas Courtney.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
I'm not sure what DVD that's on, but yeah, it's just like exclusively segments of a longer interview with Nicholas Courtney.
Is that the
And,
ones that go down, down, down?
Yeah, that's it. Where they got like the little silhouette,
those little Victorian
yeah.
sort of paper puppet things. Yeah, that's right.
Mm.
Oh, I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure I've watched the Courtney one. I'll have to dig that one out.
Yeah,
I like the fact the Pertwee Doctor gets into the gear he needs to be in for where he's going. You know, so he's in the mining gear for this. He gets in he's in the Sea Devils, in the Silurians. Obviously, he needs a spacesuit in space, mind you. Peter Davison just wore a hat, didn't he? Or a helmet. When he's
and it's like not even a full cover helmet. It's just
the space cricketing. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they work those helmets, but I'm sure they do.
I mean, isn't it meant to be like just blowing oxygen at your mouth because the exhalation?
Yeah. Well, it's obviously there's obviously some sort of invisible, very sophisticated bubble over what looks like nothing. So yes, where were we? What are we examining now? Which aspect?
We've done several detours, haven't we, from the main topic?
Well, yeah, but it's also trying to look at what we're going to address about it, because there's so much to talk about as there is with all these sort of big stories. That's what I was saying. This is Luke was saying about Ben. I do get you mixed up because I can't see. And I'm actually blind and deaf. The first season 7 is, realism central, isn't it? And it's dealing with, it's inspired by Quatermass, and has that sort of gritty realism thing. But of course, the thing about season 7, it's exactly contemporary with a series called Doomwatch. Have you ever encountered Doomwatch?
I've heard of
talked about it. Have you seen any, Luke?
Not seen any Beyond Clips. Oh, no, they had a plastic episode as well, didn't they?
The plastic
like melting plastic.
It's the very first episode of Doom, which is called Plastic Eaters, which Kenton Moore is in. Who does Kenton Moore play in the eras? A couple of streams ago, we talked about Kenton Moore.
Oh, we did.
I'll give you a clue. It always sets my teeth on edge. There's been a snitch
Rogan.
up. There's been a snitch up. Yeah, exactly. Which union is it that you don't want trouble with, Doctor? When he makes his
Space Technicians Union.
Space Technicians Union. That's actually an aspect of another little deft aspect of Robert Holmes' political writing that I didn't refer to. Yeah, so Doomwatch is what is it? Terence Sticks. Of course, we had Doomwatch at the same time, and they were being very serious. By God, they were serious about addressing technological, scientific problems. So Doomwatch would have done the Mohole Project story, but without the Primords. So it was always it was based in. There was no science fantasy element to it. It was hard sci-fi,
That was 1 or 50-minute episodes, isn't it?
Yes.
So
yes.
It doesn't have to.
I think, and
also fill 7.
No, it didn't have to fill so. But they were determined. It was obviously Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis devised it, and Terence Dudley produced it. You might be probably thinking, I hope he did a better job on that than he did in Doctor Who. But mind you, I rather like Force of Doomsday, but let's not go there now. So Doomwatch would have done Inferno. They would have done, like this story, but we wouldn't have had maggots in it, but it would have been about greed and pollution. But it's interesting, isn't it? Is this the first Doctor Who story that very, very directly and specifically and seriously deals with capitalism, sort of is a critique, a sort of a suggestion, a very strong suggestion that there's something rotten in a liberal democracy.
And this was like the year where VAT was introduced as well, wasn't it?
VAT.
Yeah.
Well, of course, as I said last time, because this is the year of the oil crisis. So this 1973 is when the energy crisis is occurred. So this couldn't be more timely at the time it comes out. But is there a previous story that sort of, there certainly isn't a story that's as specific as this about the evils of capitalism and
no, I don't
and
think
goes into such. It's the only story that they owned up and said they set out to write a political story. Other stories of the era, the politics, came along with, I suppose, with other writers. This is Barry, because Barry Letts writing this and having very specific things to say about his fears for the planet.
Yeah, because I think originally it was going to be called like the Amoeboid, and it would have been
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it would have been a desolate Earth with like this cleaning the Earth up from it, with like the giant insects and stuff as the premise.
Right.
But it would have been about the aftermath of the pollution.
And whose idea? Oh, I see. Was that Barry's original idea for it?
That was the original idea for it, and then it became the Green Death.
Right. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so he's tackling it in quite a few different ways as well, because you've got the average everyday townsfolk there, as well, being sort of like for the big business coming in, aren't they? Giving them jobs.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like because they
that's right.
Short,
a job, some job is better than no job. It's interesting. It becomes far more political, actually, in the novel. I'll just actually find this bit, actually, because and Malcolm Hook being, of course, member of the British Communist Party, very low. I mean, Barry Letts, his main sort of statement about himself was his obsession, his confessed obsession with Buddhism. But he said he was to the left. But Terence Dicks is not difficult to work out what exactly Terence Dicks' politics exactly would be. I think probably quite ambivalent about it, and would didn't have very
political, I think, in anything.
Yeah, yes, and there's a lovely moment on the commentary. Have you listened to the commentary of because it's Terence, Barry, and Katie Manning on the commentary? And there's a bit where there's a few little moments like this where I think it's the scene where they go back to the dinner party, the first dinner party, the one when the death of Bert's announced.
Oh, episode 3, isn't it?
And that extraordinary business of everybody in the room, all those non-speaking extras, the sculptor and the yoga woman and the flautist are all genius scientists who one of them was a designed supersonic aircraft and another one was a sort of maths genius, but they've all given it up to do these new age things or whatever. But it's hilarious that none of them, this really strange party where these people are sort of appear to be completely mute and have
you've got like the music going and everything, don't you, and the laughter and jolliness from the brig. And I mean, Nancy's the only one who really has a actual speaking role, doesn't she?
Nancy, that's what Terence Dicks goes when she comes in. That's Cher, isn't it? It's high level casting. I didn't know we had Cher in this.
Mitzi, I mean, you've got the supersonic aircraft bloke does follow her about a bit, for like he goes out with her to hunt the maggot, but
oh, does he? I've not
tracked
the the movements.
I mean, I only noticed it on this
right.
most recent watch that he was there with her as well.
Right.
But it's funny thinking about this group of them, though. You know that they're seen as dropouts from society, and you've got one of the miners very early on during that scene outside Global Chemicals going like, "Shut up, or we'll shut you up." And it's very. Feels like a bit what's going on more recently with the more working class, moderate people attitude towards people like Extinction Rebellion and such.
Right.
That these big businesses don't necessarily care about people siding with them. That's not what they're trying to get the average person to do. It's just they want the average person to side against the more extreme environmentalists.
Yes.
At that point, when you're sort of when you're against that because it's disrupting their everyday lives in the short term, it's that whole thing of being comfy now, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. You know, that attitude of if I'm comfy now, why should I put myself in discomfort for the sake of a better future?
Well, yeah, and of course it's a understandable that people with families just have to think about the people they look after. They can't think about the bigger picture. They can,
and again, that's sort of like that's Doctor Who pointing out capitalism as a whole as the issue, not just the big greedy businesses taking advantage of it. It's saying the whole system has a lot of problems here, and these people aren't necessarily to blame for being caught up in that. But
it's more politicized in the novel. So just find that scene you're talking about. Let's have a look at that actually, because I've got a feeling. I've got to. This involves me doing Welsh accents, unfortunately, which is
like even with those the Nuthatch people, you've got the idea that they have the privilege in a way to be able to drop out. They've got the money there, so they have. Well,
that's
choice.
That's right. And that line is there in the script, isn't it? It's all right.
Yeah, you can afford to live the way you want,
which is here.
It's the champagne socialist, isn't it?
Yeah,
the idea of people looking down on those who are less proactive in such convictions, I suppose, because they can't afford not to be.
Yes, I mean, well, in London, certain areas in London full of people like that. Well, actually, the acting profession is full of people like that. And you often, you'll be involved in a conversation with somebody who's talking twaddle from a very, very middle class, privileged perspective. So it's a common syndrome. Let's have a look at this then. So this is after the Stevens has got in his hand a piece of paper. So it's all that, isn't it? So
he has it there in black and white.
It's that scene. Professor Jones turned to the villagers. Don't listen to him. He's only interested in fatter profits for Panorama. Oh, it's Panorama Chemicals. Have you read the book?
No.
Because because they got into trouble, the BBC or Barry Letts or whatever, because there is a firm called Global Chemicals, and that's why Malcolm Hook changed it to Panorama Chemicals in the book. And somebody complained, wrote in and said, "Well, we don't make giant maggots in our factory, actually." We haven't been pumping waste into a disused mine. Don't listen to him. Pardon?
I mean, might not put it past him.
Well, yeah. Well, this is who knows what's going on. Panorama Chemicals. At the expense of your land, the air you breathe, and the health of your kids. Di Evans, one of the older villagers, spoke up. It's all right for you, he shouted at the young professor. You can afford to live the way you want to. We need jobs. We don't want to live on nuts. Professor Jones went red in the face at Di Evans's remark. He earnestly wanted to help the villagers, to help everybody, and it threw him off his stroke when they were too ignorant to understand him. He replied in a stream of Welsh. Morgan the milkman cut in sharply. For goodness sake, man, stop talking Welsh with that stupid Cardiff accent. You only learned it out of a book. You know half of us have forgotten how to speak it. Then more's the pity, said Professor Jones. He turned to Di Evans. I'm surprised at you, Di Evans. Of course you need a job. It's every man's right to have work. But there should be a coal mine for you to work in, not a chemicals factory. I'm facing facts, replied Di Evans. The government says coal is finished. It's oil now. Professor Jones asked, were you facing facts when you went on strike for 7 months? Di Evans blushed, and everyone went quiet. The memory of the general strike in 1926 was still with many of them. For 7 bitter months, the coal miners had remained on strike until finally they were defeated because they had no food. I was only a boy in those days, said Di Evans quietly, remembering the humiliation of the miners' defeat. I learned that sometimes you have to give in, even if it means you're being exploited. Asked Professor Jones. The workers have always had bosses, said Di Evans. People who live off our backs. So you might as well accept it. It's all right for you to tell us what to do with your university education, but we're simple people. And none of us has got enough money, tens of thousands of pounds winning a Nobel Prize. Di Evans stopped mid-sentence. From the direction of the mine, they all heard the wail of the siren. It could mean only one thing, a disaster in the pit. Without another thought, the crowd of villagers turned and ran towards the mine. So he's invoking that, the potent memory of the miners' strike, the general strike of 1926. And so it's coding it much more specifically in terms of the class struggle than it is in the televised stuff, is it? Because it's alluded to.
It sort of gives a much nicer look at both sides as well.
Yes.
Whereas you think in the TV series, you can understand where the miners are coming from, but they're very much pitched as the angry mob, aren't they? Whereas the Nut Hutch are more the calmer heads prevailing.
Do you think, because it's often been alleged that this story is patronizing and demeaning to the Welsh? Do you think that's true? I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? There's nobody. I think all the actors who play the Welsh characters are all Welsh, apart from Mitzi Gaynor, who plays Nancy, who wasn't actually Welsh. Although I think she does perfectly. I never think doesn't sound realistic. What other stories she in?
It's another Pertwee. Is
it is, yeah.
Planet Spiders?
No, it's Colony in Space. She's one of the colonists in Colony in Space.
Oh yeah, of course. Is she one of the first ones to die?
I think isn't she called talking about people with the same name? Is she called Mitzi in Colony in Space? That's actually her name. I can't remember whereabouts her demise is or isn't in that story. All the actors who played the Welsh characters are Welsh actors, and I think they're quite nice. I don't feel that they're caricatures. Okay, they say boyo a lot, but then maybe I knew some older Welsh people who used to go on holiday to Wales, and they did say boyo. And I love the milkman, who's so sort of contemptuous.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. And he says under his breath, in Welsh, when he's the first person the Brigadier and Joe encounter, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he says, I've got the recording here.
Yeah, because Joe very
Betre.
audibly says "boyo," sort of mockingly.
That's right. But he says under his bed, "bedrethi," which means filth.
Yeah, I wonder how he reacted when the doctor came up to him and said, "Can I borrow your float and your clothes, please?"
I think knowing Pertwee / Doctor, he probably just went and stole it, didn't he? And
probably
without so much
did a bit of
violation.
Venusian Aikido.
Yeah,
on
probably
him,
like a
stripped
whack
him
on the
and
neck.
I shouldn't be think he was too happy when he discovered it had been smashed through the barrier and all the milk had gone everywhere.
Well,
I always think
over that.
I often do think, what a waste of milk for that shot. So it's funny.
Must
It's
have been
funny
a pain
things
to
that
clean
occur
up
to
as
you.
well, because it
Oh,
starts to stink very quickly.
It does. It doesn't. It does. Nothing goes off so quick as well. But yeah, and I think that Telford Thomas is always good value.
Yeah, we know who he is this time, don't we? Then
there's something very funny going on up here. I think I have. It's contractual. I have to say that every time. You must check out Survivors, by the way. It's another great series, a Terry Nation contribution. But the relationship between Bert and Joe is lovely in the mine. I think that works very well.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
quite powerful and moving.
But I'd probably say, is it more sensitive to the Welsh than Terror of the Zygons is to the Scottish? Maybe that's our frame of reference.
Well, at least they actually went to Wales to film this, rather than going to somewhere in Sussex.
Well, it is a little bit closer.
That is true. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, isn't that after the Doctor gets that phone call to send him to Wales, he manages to drive all the way from Unit
It's
base,
for
somewhere in
Superdrive.
Greater London.
It's the minimum inertia Superdrive. Yes,
But
that I
all
put
that
into
time-
Bessie, and he was making it in the Mutants, and he got it working by what time was it? So it's
He
3
managed
hours.
to avoid all the
it's
traffic
20
jams
it's-
as well, though.
With a minimum inertia Superdrive, it's 20 minutes at the outside, but it's 3 hours if you're going by. This is strange, isn't it? The strangely migrating unit lab that looks different in every single story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
it's like the same aesthetic as the
which haven't got the same
Three
doors.
Doctors one. Yeah, but it's definitely been shuffled about a bit.
And what is that thing that's in the corridor? That sort of machinery with the dials on it. In episode 1, there's something beyond the doors that's got loads of sort of dials on it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In episode 1, I just always wondered what that is.
It's not the water cooler this time.
It's a very, very elaborate water cooler. I know what it is.
Yeah. It's funny because in Three Doctors, you've got the window just to the right there, but it doesn't feel like that's there at all, does it?
Oh, it's a completely different room.
But it's sort of made out to be kind of the same room at the same time.
Is it? Is it?
I
because
feel
the
like
doors
it's
are the same.
door. Yeah.
I'm not sure that there's the same unit lab twice, except for Planet of the Spiders and Robot. That's the only stories with exactly the same unit lab.
Yeah. But in that sort,
they
of
obviously take the doors.
format.
They take doors with them when they move premises, don't they? So we'll have those doors at the next one.
That's sort of a return to the look it had in the Three Doctors, isn't it? Or at least with the TARDIS positioning, it's got that.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's not an era that's at all bothered about continuity, is it? Very little continuity.
Even the TARDIS set change. Wonder what changes more: the TARDIS interior or the unit lab?
Well,
the unit.
I think unit lab. Well, we hardly ever see the TARDIS. That's the other thing is how infrequently the TARDIS is seen. and it would be possible to. It's interesting, is it? For me, when did I first see the TARDIS? Because it's not in the Sea Devils. And I told you that at times I forgot that he was an alien, and I thought earlier he was just a doctor.
Yeah, a GP.
He was the family doctor.
Joe's GP.
Who sort of just strangely kept bumping into alien species. It's all because the mystery of it. As I say, the 1973 Radio Science Special was our introduction to its history. I don't remember the doctor aspect of the three doctors, the doctor's aspect of it. I remember the gel thing. So, cottoning on to what it was all about. It was just so strange. Because later eras, you're constantly being reminded that he's in the TARDIS, and you see the TARDIS, interior of the TARDIS, and you're constantly reminded he's a flaming Time Lord every 5 minutes. But you're not at this time. And so there's a particular, although people say, oh, it removed some of the mystery, there's an added mystery for a child about who the hell is this bloke? Who seems to be part of our world, but yet is other to it. And so strangely dressed. And another thing I said, I used to be really unnerved by him smiling in the title sequence.
I think you mentioned.
Yeah, I mentioned it last.
I used to think, why the hell is he smiling? We're about to be taken to hell and back by him, and he's there with this curious little sort of slightly, to my mind, almost like a sort of mildly sadistic smile. Yeah, with that music going, the scariest music, like my son saying, the scary music, the scariest TV theme ever written, and there's this sort of strange smile playing on his face. I think later with the Sylvester McCoy winking, that's overtly, I don't know, saying everything's fine or something, isn't it? I don't know. I was too old to register anything but irritation about the wink.
Well, Colin smiled, didn't he? Like a full-on grin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It seemed. I remember one of the things that I sort of, if a child of 6 and 7 can heartily approve of anything, but that the look that Tom Baker has on his face in the main Tom Baker title sequence was the ideal look, because it's that sort of like, yes, we're going somewhere very dangerous, and I'm feeling quite somber about that. It's just an ominous look, isn't it? It's like,
yeah,
this is going to be really strange.
There's also sort of like an other look to it a lot of the time anyway, because those were taken.
I'm not saying I
like,
disliked the look on. Yeah, I know. Obviously, yeah, that's right. The publicity, etc. But I'm not saying I disliked the fact. I liked the fact that it was all part of the enigma that he had this sort of weird smile on his face. It was all part of the thing. Bringing back to rewatching it in black and white, because I think I said in a text on our WhatsApp thing, there's so much talk about the coziness of this era and the unit family. None of that. I think there's a sense that maybe have that this there was something that sort of a general sort of feeling of reassuringness or jollity about the era. It was absolutely terrifying, and it was setting out to be terrifying. I think with the maggots, like that then the end of episode 2 was just absolutely horrifying, and the only time that the unit family vibe is really sort of in evidence is in the Time Monster.
I'd say demons as well,
which nobody likes anyway, and nobody the demons. What you think that sort of seeps into the diamonds? I'm going to try and find a completely different pronunciation of it now. The demones. Do you think that's sort of evident in the story that it's? I suppose there's perhaps.
I mean, it's the way
charm to it. Yeah. Say again.
I feel like Day of the Daleks has got a bit of when they're all at Styles' house, sort of raiding the larder and stuff.
But I feel like it is the demons where it's at its most, and the Time Warrior for similar reasons, because they're written by Barry Letts, and he's very much written it for the actors.
I suppose
in
the
all parts.
point I made. Well, partly, of course, I didn't see the demons, so that wasn't, and I don't remember a single second of the Time Monster. But the unit were, we talk about unit regulars, but they weren't in every story. And when they are, often by the time of the Time Warrior, they're hardly in the Time Warrior at all, are they? They're in it at the beginning.
I mean, season
There's
10, Mike Yates is only in 3 episodes, and it's these last 3 of the Green Death.
My memory of unit was that the Brigadier. I associated John Pertwee's voice and the Brigadier's voice, not Nicholas Clinton's voice and John Pertwee's voice, with being frightened. And whenever, there was something about their voices remind me, and they still remind me of, something bad's about to happen. So I hear Nicholas Clinton's voice, and it's like a race memory, or a primal memory of, God, cool. It's something's bad's happening. I associate I have very, very vivid memories of Mike Yates, but I have very, very vivid Mike Yates being this really troubled character who often, for no fault of his own, was put in a situation where he was traitor, like he is here, and then because he's been traumatized by this, he becomes a traitor in Dinosaur Invasion, and then he's recovering. He's in therapy, and so the unit thing is not a reassuring thing. It's about real life problems, or anxiety, psychological states. That's how I remember the unit thing. So you're either being scared shitless by the monsters, or the unit regulars were having to go and be sent to a funny farm.
Yeah. I mean, Mike's almost unrecognizable as a unit regular because he's never even in the uniform in this story. But if you're gonna, it's odd because he almost feels like the most unlikely person you'd send to be a spy because he seems slightly
it's
out of his depth as a captain anyway. But maybe that's why he works so well as a spy, because no one's gonna look at him and think, "Oh, he's military, isn't he? They've snuck him in here. That's obvious." He looks.
It's interesting
because he got the Jenny Laird Award when he was at RADA.
Oh God! There's an indictment, isn't it? Getting the Jenny Laird Award, but I'll tell you about I met Richard Flanagan twice, but that's I can't be bothered telling the stories, but they are very funny. In the planning stages of this story, that was going to be Benton, that he was going to go undercover at one point.
Oh.
And Benton, of course, what story does Benton go undercover in?
Mind of Evil.
Mind of Evil. Yeah. Somebody says he's disguised as a flasher. Somebody said. Yeah, and so. It's very strange, that scene where there's the security guard drinking a cup of tea when he's on the phone, and sort of gives him a really sort of strange smile, doesn't he? It's like almost like he's flirting with him.
It's a bit over familiar, isn't it?
Hello, yes. He's smiling like that.
It's when he's just said, "If ever I want something,
that's right." And he's sort of sending it, and yeah.
And he's like, "If you want anything, Mike."
Yeah. There's quite ambiguous. I don't think he quite got the right smile, that actor, though, did he? For that moment. I think. Yeah, so the point being that the coziness of the unit thing was certainly not something that I picked on. This era was really, really hardcore, white knuckle ride, frightening from start to finish. This story, yes, I suppose I remember the whole Cliff thing, and the romance with Joe, but just the terrible sadness of that for the Doctor. And for us watching it, the sort of the melancholy of.
I feel like even beyond Cliff and Joe, this story is probably one of the most emotionally open of the classic series. Anyway, certainly of the Pertwee era, because not only do you have that, but you've also got Bert and Joe's
Mm,
sadness over that. And it's something that does carry on for a while. It's not just a scene of, oh, Bert, no, as he dies. It is, you know,
Yeah,
Well,
no,
that-
it's
but
couple
that's
of
for
stories
sure.
had,
yeah,
and
well,
then
well,
it's suddenly
yeah.
forgotten. Whereas here, that is very much a recurring theme for Joe. And then that leads into a nice conversation between her and Cliff, where he does get to be quite doctory. You can see that where he's saying about, even if the Earth goes on for 1,000 million years, there'll never be anyone quite like Bert. And in that moment, you can see the doctriness of Cliff.
He's slightly mistaken there because in another universe there's a delegate called Trantis who's exactly like Bert, and on Peladon there's a miner that's also exactly like
I'm not another miner.
He's got typecast as alien delegates with sharp teeth and miners from any planet you like. Yes, no, it is. It's an unusual story in addressing supernumerary deaths, as it were, isn't it? You know, that usually people drop in like flies and aren't mourned for a second, or rarely
it's more
mentioned.
like horror at, oh my gosh, someone's just died, I could be next, rather than, oh no, someone's died. That's actually quite sad, isn't it?
No,
I like them.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Is that how many other stories do we have this bereavement concept? The very few, I'd have thought. I mean, even Adric doesn't get much of a mourning, does he?
No. He wouldn't want it anyway. So
he wouldn't want it. He wouldn't want it.
Yeah, you could say about Planet of the Daleks. So just before this, you have the Doctor bereaving for Joe when he believes that she's dead for a bit. But even that's not
when
she's been
exterminated in the Thal ship. Yeah,
that's what.
And
you get.
and he nearly loses her to somebody she's only met for about 5 minutes. There's an android factor there, isn't there, with the character who's an anagram of petal.
That's another point to make about with this story, how it's one of the most believable romances, even though it is similar to Android of characters written out.
I think it's the only remotely believable romance in the whole of the classic. I've been thinking about John Pertwee too much. The classic series.
I mean, she tried King Paladin. That didn't quite work out.
No, she's only ever had alien boyfriends. Because it didn't work out with Mike Yates.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one who, not Mike Yates, King Paladin, who might have reminded her of the Doctor a bit because he played by the son of the.
And he's also got a lisp. Yeah, exactly. Yes. The laws of Peladon allow of no defence and only one punishment. That's what I always remember that as being a crash zoom, and it's not a crash zoom at all. I'm obsessed with crash zooms. There's a hell of a lot of crash zooms in this one. It's just like crash zoom central.
I suppose it helps with this story as well that they were accepting of the fact that Katie Manning was going, whereas Graham Williams was very much like she'll come around.
It was a twist. I didn't say that.
You're talking about androids.
It's a terrible level of planning in the Williams era, just time and time again. But this, because the Letts was a great planner, and Katie Manning had given him loads and loads of notice, so they could sort of not exactly.
Do you think they had it in the back of their mind just in case she does change her mind and wants to stick on? Oh,
well, you could easily have changed it. You could easily have changed the ending, couldn't you? It wouldn't diminish the story to change the ending. She'd go, actually, I don't want to be taken up the Amazon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's got some balls on him, doesn't he? He's just like, well, we're going to stop off and get married. It's like before he's even popped.
I know, and have they actually kissed? They have. Is there a kiss?
They tried to, didn't they? But the Doctor sort of was like,
the night before kiss. Is there actually? Have they actually kissed? Do they not kiss in the before the serendipity scene? No,
I think no. I think she kisses him on the forehead while tending to him by the bedside.
That's
true love right there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
In
but you've got
19
that rather amusing
1973, you know,
plotting of
if
the
you hold
Doctor.
somebody's hand, you have to get married to them. In fact, they believed at the time it could cause pregnancy. But it is interesting, isn't it, that it has to be marriage. They couldn't just get together, you know.
You have that wonderful overprotectiveness of the Doctor, though, where he like takes Cliff to one side as he's like realised what's happening with Joe and Cliff. So he says about, "I want to talk to you about something." And puts his arm around him,
Subtle, isn't it?
pushes him down the corridor away from Joe. It's
Yeah,
very
well-
much that's more of a fatherly energy towards Joe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love the fact that it's never, we never know whether
It's ambiguous. isn't
the Doctor or Joe, the feeling. I think it's just nice that they may have, you know, it occasionally occurred to them that they rather liked each other, perhaps beyond the father, because, you know, the father-daughter thing. The very fact that she says he reminds me of a younger you suggests that, oh, if only you were younger. You know?
I mean, if she'd have waited until he was maybe that's why the Doctor ended up wearing what the fifth Doctor wore.
Peter Davison. I wonder what Joe.
I am
Grant
younger
thinks.
now, Joe. I'm coming.
How does Joe Grant feel in the death of the Doctor about Matt Smith? I wonder. Wouldn't think.
She says
that's that
about hilariously to babies.
Hilariously rude line that Russell T Davies wrote for Matt Smith. Though it looks like
it's like someone shoved you in an oven and baked you.
Yeah.
Have you listened to the commentary with Russell T Davies talking to Katie on the Blu-ray?
No.
I have.
Oh,
is that
right.
just part 6?
Yeah, this is lovely. This is I chose a bit of it, especially for this one.
Get serious for a second, because I'm honoured to be talking over this episode. Because
can you hear that, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just making sure I'm not playing it to nobody.
Let me get serious for a second, because I'm honoured to be talking over this episode, because moments like this, and this is the episode where Joe Grant leaves, and it's beautifully sad, and you're brilliant in it, and John Pertwee is utterly magnificent in it.
Beautifully written.
I want to say that these moments are a vital part of your life as you're growing up, and I mean vital. They're not ephemera, they're not trivia. Stuff like your favourite television programme, your favourite scenes, your favourite characters are just as important as your favourite books, and your favourite teachers, and the love that your parents give you, and your best friends. They have become part of the whole web of your mind, of who you are and what you respond to and what you remember. It's actually form character, decide who you are through watching stuff like this. So I just want you to know that when we say, us fans, to you, that we love this episode, we're not being nice and we're not being charming, we're not being flattering. We love it with all our hearts, and stuff like this is vital to us. And I wouldn't miss this stuff for the world, and I'm honoured to be here. And you make us who we are by being so brilliant at this stuff.
There you go.
Not wrong.
He's spot on.
No, he's not wrong, is he? And it's a curious thing that this episode, that last episode, her leaving, was the first experience I had of a particular sort of loss in my life. You know, I'd never. No member of my family had died. Nobody had moved away. No, I hadn't broken friends with anybody at the age of 5. And then there on the television was this character who was, you know, so, because what is it about Doctor Who? Why has it become so important to children and then for the rest of their lives? But it is. And as I said before, that program was about the Doctor and Joe tomorrow evening. The Doctor and Joe. It could have been called the Doctor and Joe. They were it. It was the Doctor and Joe, and then these other characters that were occasional characters, the Brigadier, the other unit characters or whatever. But there was just seemed that was an unbreakable duo. And so then she leaves, and she's not just casually written out like previous. I suppose early fans would have felt that about Susan, could have felt the same sort of that this was somebody that without whom the program, or there was an indissoluble bond possibly between the Doctor and the character. But I would imagine, I mean, I know Fury from the Deep episode 6 doesn't exist, I don't know how people would have felt about how casual. Does she just decide to stay with her family or something? What happens with Victoria in Fury from the Deep?
She sort of has a line about how it's getting too much, all the death.
Do you know what? Actually, do you know? Yeah, I think they were often like that, weren't they? And of course, Dodo's the classic one. So she's where's Dodo? Oh, she decided to stay with that family that we've never actually seen.
Yeah, she sends you her love.
She sends you her love.
From the country.
I mean, I suppose at least in that she's got back to where she started. Though she's not staying with to Charles's family. She's going back to her own, isn't she? Whoever they are.
But who cares? Because it's just so sort of shoddy, isn't it, and everything, you know. And,
I think I love what Annika Wills had to say about that. How she was so happy that here I come. I'm going into the TARDIS now. That she didn't even think about.
I know. Well, Annika Wills is renownedly not the most sensitive person on the planet, but to other people's emotions.
Come back, Bill Hartnell. All is forgiven.
She's probably the least accommodating of William Hartnell's personality. What should we say? Idiosyncrasies. She's made no bones about the fact that she couldn't stand it.
But I suppose she's got something to compare that to in a way, with having gone from working with him to working with Patrick Troughton, and also was only there for 12 weeks. Whereas
she probably got the worst of him at the end when he was and you know, he would be feeling like he'd been sacked, I think, you know.
When did he know that he was leaving?
Don't mention the war machines. I could look this up now.
I think it's probably because 10th Planet was the first of the season 4 production block, so it was probably in between 3 and 4, wasn't it? And they said you'll come back, do these final 4, and then you're gone. I imagine was.
Hang on, the first season 4 begins with the Smugglers.
Yeah, but that was filmed straight after.
Oh, right. It was filmed.
The one we're not meant to mention.
That's just a synecdoche of not mentioning any of it, Luke.
Yeah, I know. Don't mention the War of Gods.
As long as you don't mention the fact that I've got anything to do with it.
You've got something to do with it?
No.
You weren't even alive then?
No, and I don't. No, I've never watched Genesis of the Daleks either. And no, this is if anybody is puzzled by this conversation, this is I have been known to be when asked about things, given information that I thought was fine, and I turned out that certain fans were annoyed that I'd said what it was, which is i.e. on this occasion, which particular episode of something or other that I was in. And so now I'm being don't start that again. And I looked through the list of titles of Children's, and there's very few that you can actually do puns like that about. Those obviously, Can You Hear Me? Is the obvious one. What's you know, that sort of vehicle that, you know, if you're suffering from say mental health problems, what does it do? You know, if they come to you, there's the old cliche of the men in the white suits. What does that vehicle do? If you've been taken, it takes you away. So that's just good. But yes, so the point being, I'm going to be really, really careful that I don't veer into spoilerific territory. And so when anybody mentions the first one, I start getting anxious. So are you saying the 10th Planet was the first of the? So they made that, and then they made Power of the Daleks, and they sort of back to back until
kept going until Tomb of the Cybermen, and then took the break but held that back.
Oh, I see. So Tomb of the Cybermen was part of the fourth season.
production block.
Production block.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's an
Well, that's
unearthly child to Daleks' invasion of Earth. That's like the first production
Are
block.
you doing this on purpose? So go on.
They're showing up. just
You're just trying to lure me into saying something something problematic.
the relaxation of sleep. All these things will give him a false sense of security.
What's that one? You keep coming out with quotations that are familiar to you. What's that from?
The Daleks now. So I've done the Daleks and the Daleks.
Oh, for God's sake!
Slipping a chase.
Anything from the chase?
Master
You got
Plan
anything from the
somehow.
chase? Yeah, give me something from the chase.
Ah.
That's it. That's right. Or what's Rosalind de Winter say?
Oh, I can't remember that. Oh, she did.
Yeah. She's not just good at insect movement, you know. She can also shriek like a whatever that character's supposed to be. Is she a vampire? Is she a vampire? Or just a random ghost?
Yeah.
Is it a ghost?
I think so.
Next time I go to the
ghost.
Yeah. Anyway, stop. Let's move away from all this because back to the Green Death. Yeah. What's the chat saying?
Jackie Green Death is here. When you think this was broadcast in
Not Jackie Lane.
No.
There's nothing at the end of Jackie Lane. Go on.
And Barry Letts and Terrence Dix were both concerned about the environment back then. Not a lot has changed in 50 years. No, I mean, that's going back to the whole environmental message and politics, anti-capitalism of the story. You've got that scene with Stevens and his friends in high places, the Prime Minister, and is it the Minister of Ecology, the one he's talking to?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, and it's brilliant. That's it. And I remember when it first came out on VHS. So saw it in 1973. Saw this Christmas '73 repeat, but of course too young to pick up all these extraordinary political nuances.
Yeah. I mean, so like when you're younger, you see that as they were just friends at school or something. He's just. It's not what you know; it's who you know.
But when you're
growing
6,
up, you realise he's paid him off.
Yeah, but when you're 6 and 7, it was hilarious. It's hilarious, starting to show my son Sam these things when he was 6 or 7 around this age, and he would go, "Oh, why are they talking?" Because it's just adults talking, and they've no idea what they're talking about, and you go, "Oh, there's too much talking in this one." As far as I can say, they might as well be talking in Welsh or whatever. It's just these are just the talking scenes. They're not, cognitively acute enough to understand, even the basics of what they're talking about. So they're just literally waiting for the monsters, and they like the Doctor and the Companion or whatever. At that age, you and it's very gradually you start to acquire the competence to understand. And it was funny. I would remind him. I'd sometimes still remind. Do you remember when you couldn't stand the talking bits? And he sort of like raised his eyes to things. I was such a twit, wasn't I? I said, "Well, you were a child. It's all children. You weren't oddly, simple, Sam. You're a highly intelligent child, but no child can be expected to understand the nuances of political machinations." And so first time that I had the opportunity to see this story again was the UK Gold Repeats, but I was busy and I was working out, and it was like on at odd times. This was in the early 90s, and this was one of the ones I'd never seen at a convention or hadn't had a bootleg of or anything. I remember catching, because that's right, I got to see episode 2, and I saw episode 2 and I wasn't disappointed. It was as I'd remembered it. Apart from the fact it was in colour, and then there was this, getting a bit anecdotal here, but again, then there was I was seeing a girl who was really my history of my life is people trying to get in the way of me watching Doctor Who, elderly female relations and girlfriends usually, and so they were repeating it. on at 12 o'clock on Sunday, Sunday noon
Mm.
in 1993, I think. And they did a number of them. And there's this girl I was seeing and who I really liked and all that. So, and wanted to please. And it clashed. I can't believe this now. It clashed with repeats of The Little House on the Prairie on ITV. And she really wanted to watch The Little House on the Prairie. And I let her watch The Little House on the Prairie over my opportunity to re-see the whole of The Green Death for the first time. But of course, by that point, you thought, as my mother used to say, if we'd miss one, it'll be on again. And I go, no, Mum, it won't be on again. Not only would it not be on again, but they probably burnt it. Don't you know Pamela Nash? And oh God, what's to about post-nuclear industrial Gothic? There's nowhere more terrifying than Villiers House, is there? And so there was this weird thing of knowing it was on the other side and sitting there watching Laura Ingalls falling into a pond or whatever it is. I don't know if you're familiar with The Little House on the Prairie. Another great classic series of the 70s, American import of spectacular levels of tedium. So that was. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is so generous of me. But it would have been a row otherwise. And I didn't want to reveal at this point in the wilderness years when it wasn't fashionable. I didn't want to reveal just how much it meant to me, to this girl.
Noonan's a Doctor Who.
Noonan's a Doctor Who fan. Well, let's not get there's yeah. There's thereby hangs a tale, which we'll tell another time. So it was when the VHS came out, and I was absolutely blown away by the political sophistication of this story. That scene with where he rings the Minister for Ecology, and it's like, oh God, this is a conspiracy that the government are prepared to let global chemicals, this multinational company, they can literally get away with murder and planet destruction in the interest of cheap energy, cheap petrol, and lots of it. And
now you're seeing that dumping raw sewage in the sea.
But I remember, yes, absolutely. But I remember thinking, rewatching this. Oh, this really is, in the words of Philip Hinchcliffe, sort of echoing the ethos of this era, which I think largely comes from Barry Letts at this time, is adult television suitable for children to watch. Actually, adult television, which is far damn sight more fun than any adult program because it's got monsters in it. It gets to the best of all worlds. But it's really very, very, I think, very sophisticated and bold to have a scene like that, and the nice little satirical, prophetic things that they're suggesting that the Prime Minister was called Jeremy. Who that was supposed to be Jeremy Thorpe, who was the leader of the Liberal Party at the time. You familiar with Jeremy Thorpe?
No.
Then I should definitely point you in the direction of Russell T Davies's absolutely brilliant drama doc, as it were, about Jeremy Thorpe with Hugh.
Is that a Very English Scandal?
Yes, which is brilliant. And I'd always thought of Hugh. What's his name? Hugh Grant.
Yeah,
it's associated in my mind with romantic comedies and playing that sort of buffoonish upper class sort of character in those sort of films, and never really asked myself the question: is he a good actor or what? He's just how he does those films. Extraordinary performance. I think, oh God, he's a really top-notch actor. Fantastic performance. And Ben Whishaw as the, because it was a big sort of scandal, a sex scandal, as it were, and massive in the 70s, which was the end of him as the leader of the Liberal Party, because that wasn't known about at this time. This was made. But no, that was terrific. And that was when there was a suggestion that Hugh Grant was a possible candidate for the 14th Doctor. I think a couple of years, if I'd heard a rumor, I thought, oh, not him. But that seemed like quite an interesting idea. It's like, oh, actually, he's really good.
I don't know if that's one of those ones that was put out there deliberately by.
I think, yeah, who knows? Well, there's ones that every time it's going to be Chris Marshall, isn't it? Every time it was. What's that all about? Why is it his name always? That
I think it's because he happened to leave Death in Paradise just as Peter Capaldi was leaving, and so people think, oh, he's leaving it for Doctor Who.
What's Death in Paradise?
That's the show that he's popular for.
Oh, is it?
That's what. Yeah. Or
that's not to be confused with not to be confused with the Paradise of Death, of course.
No, not. Death in Paradise was my wormhole to go down the past couple of months, where I binged all of that on.
Is it good?
I quite enjoy it. I mean, I enjoyed it enough to get through. What is it? 98 episodes in a month and a half. So,
would you recommend it?
Yeah, I would.
Right, I'll watch that. If you watch Survivors and Ben watches Quatermass, there we are.
I mean, I'm free now with Quatermass, so we're good to go.
You're what with Quatermass?
Well, I mean, I'm free now, so Quatermass it is.
Yeah, we got Green Death out the way.
Now we
Green Death in Paradise.
Now we got Green Death out of the way. Yeah. But then we
got
to decide what we're gonna do next time. If ever we get out of this one.
Chronic hysteresis,
chronic recursive occlusion. I was very, very impressed by the sort of level of political sophistication in it, and that scene particularly, drawing attention to the expediency and the way that, of course, that's what happens, that. Though there may be these side effects, or we won't think about that for now, and the way that this relates to other very sophisticated political dramas. And what's interesting about this is that there's a strand of writing about the relationship between how we're messing up the planet and political conspiracy, or just thinking about a strand of science fiction to start with, dystopian science fiction about messing up the planet. And this is quite early on, certainly in terms of the BBC doing dramas like this. 2 years later is the children's series The Changes, which I've talked about to you, which is about technology destroying the planet, and we discover in the 10th episode this is actually the planet. What happens in The Changes is that there's, I think, as Ben put it, everybody turns into Luddites. So there's this noise, this frightening, and when the noise happens, people attack technology, and it becomes that you can't use or go near technology without the noise, and so technology becomes anathema and evil. And so the whole, of course, society breaks down and is this post-technological dystopia. And we discover at the end of the story that it's the planet screaming out its rage. And then there's an extraordinary play for today called Penda's Fen, which again I would sort of hugely recommend. It was about maybe the year later, 74. Mid-70s, by a bizarre, extraordinary writer called David Rudkin, made by a brilliant producer called David Rose, and directed by a director who's more associated with really gritty sort of working class social realist dramas. Whose name now escapes me, but it's an extraordinary thing.
I don't know any of those.
It's about, I'd recommend it. It's amazing. Penda's Fen. Have you ever seen any of Time Slip? Early 70s sci-fi.
Yeah,
it's the kid who's in Time Slip, Spencer Banks. I think they've done Time Slip for Big Finish. Come on, you Big Finish fans. Why haven't you been,
We've only barely got the money for the Doctor Who output.
I don't know how you managed to keep up with all the Doctor Who stuff. It's astonishing. It's like, how did Barry Letts manage to produce, write, and direct it? How does Nick Briggs manage to produce, write, direct, write the music for, and act in all this stuff, and do the voices on the telly? How do you Big Finish fans manage to consume it all? How are there enough hours in the day? to listen to it. It's astonishing. Yeah, Spencer Banks, and I will tell you who else is in it. Ivor Roberts, who plays Mogren in Genesis of the Daleks, is the teacher in it. There's quite a few Doctor Who players on. But again, there's this extraordinary scene where there's these, late teenagers, early 20s, probably late teens, in a car, and it's shot from a distance, and the car stops, and they're all drunk, and it's all shot on that grainy 60mm. It's at night, and the car stops, and one of them obviously gets out to go and have a pee, and they're waiting in the car, and the teenager hasn't come back, and then they're going, and they're speaking sort of country dialect. Where are you? Whatever it was, because it's set in Fen country, and then they gradually, and it's this extraordinary sort of sense of suspense as this car's just there waiting, and then the kid comes back towards the car. And his face and his arm are completely transformed into like, it's like the black version of the Green Death, and he's just smoking. It's just the smoke coming off his body, and of the implications there. There is some secret project in the country, without giving any more away about it, which has these hideous. Life and planet threatening consequences, and then the ultimate expression of it is again something that anybody who's interested in really good political dystopian sci-fi television is the 1985 series Edge of Darkness. Have you heard of that? Which takes you into the heart of it. So it's the link between Thatcher's evil empire, and the nuclear industry, and it's a extraordinary tight sort of psychological thriller, which starts with the murder of this chief inspector's daughter, and he first of all thinks it's something to do with a revenge from the IRA to do with him, and that's just a smokescreen because she.
I've heard of this actually. It's ringing some bells now.
Yeah, and when I did, you know who John Woodvine is?
Yeah.
Go on.
Draconian Emperor.
No, that's John Woodnut.
Think
of your least favourite Tom Baker story, Luke.
Oh.
There's quite a few
City of
lining
Death?
up there. No,
I mean, it's not my least favourite, but it's the one I said was overrated.
Oh, you said it was overrated. No. One that I think you were not. The director seems to lose the will to live on the commentary. It's the one at the end where he goes, "Thank God that's." It's a six-parter. Armageddon Factor. John Woodvine is the marshal in with the epaulets.
Has he been in any other ones as well?
Doctor Who's?
Doctor Who.
I don't know. I mean, he was ubiquitous. He was everywhere in the 70s and the 80s, and he's the superior to the main character in Edge of Darkness. And so when I played Hamlet, John Woodvine was Polonius, who's the Ophelia's uncle. We know anything about play Hamlet, so it's a very good part for an older actor, and John Woodvine was in it. And unlike the Julian Glover story, he was quite happy. He was quite happy to talk about his Doctor Who. Was aware of the fact that it wasn't highly regarded and found that quite funny. Because he'd done so much, it was just one of many jobs. But I had some very, very funny stories about Tom Baker, which I shall tell you some point, or tell on this at some point one day. But in time for that. And but I said to him, oh, yes, you were in a dodgy Doctor, but he said you were in probably. I think Edge of Darkness is something I'll watch every couple of years or so. It's an exceptional piece of drama. And I said you were in what is possibly the greatest BBC television series of all time, and he sort of nodded and went, "It's up there. It's up there." And it is remarkable. But that's the sort of the high water of this sort of drama. It's interesting that Doctor Who does it very early on, and of course Barry being such an early, ecological, ecologically conscientious. So at this, it makes Doctor Who quite sort of progressive at this time to have him there, because nobody else would have been bothered. Certainly, that's another thing. The funny thing on the commentaries, when I was about to tell that probably about 2 hours ago, on the that party where they're all there with the sculptor and the flautist and the yoga woman before Pertwee comes in and says Bert's died, and Barry's in Clover when he's talking about it's a lovely setup here, sort of it's the 60s ideal in a sort of community setting, and then Terence goes, "It's not my ideal, Barry." and then Barry said, "No, but come on, Terence, there's wine on the table." He says, "That's not wine, that's elderflower rubbish or something." So it's interesting, isn't it? This difference between Terence and Barry. But I think that's one of the reasons what makes this era so powerful is that you've got two people in charge, producer, writers. In effect, they I think at this time with Letts and Dix and with Hinchcliffe and Holmes, that it's almost like they're co-showrunners, aren't they? There's a real sort of alliance, a symbiosis. Two people different in some ways, but simpatico about the thing that they're making, and for all their differences of personality or temperament or views, they come together and they create something. But I think that the fact that you've got people so different, that Barry's very, very left-wing. Terence is somebody who's has been on record to say, "You didn't think the British Empire was such a bad idea," and I think the companion's role is to be strapped to the circular saw and scream for the Doctor, and all this sort of thing. So, but you've got this dialectical relationship between one who's very progressive, one who's quite conservative, old-fashioned, and that makes for good drama, because you get characters are never sort of two-dimensional or caricatured. And I'm coming to talk about how the difference between the way Stevens is depicted and the way a character like that would be depicted. Obviously, there has to be more shorthand in the revived series, because you've only got 45 or 50 minutes to tell a story. So characters tend to be there's less time to nuance or delineate them. Right. But with Stevens, you get a sense of somebody he's not just depicted as a monster, is he? That marvelous scene,
with the brig when they're having a drink.
But the crucial one being when Boss
not
sanctions the death, not necessarily, and you can see that it's gone beyond what he'd thought it was. That the implications of his ghastly political views are starting to impinge upon it, and that makes the satire more poignant, or the critique of capitalism, because it shows that these people who are capitalists, they're doing it. They think it's right. They might think it's moral. You get people on the right who think that it's that socialism or whatever is actually immoral, but that it's showing there's somebody who's a sensitive character who's been corrupted by it and is realizing that corruption, or there's a notion that how awful it is, makes the story that you're telling about how dangerous that belief system is, more powerful, because you can see it affecting him in an emotional way, rather than him just being demonized. What do they do to Van Statten? They just throw him on a motorway at the end of Dalek, or the way the characters sort of caricatured in the story that the Chibnall one that's a remake of this. What's the Spiders?
Oh, right.
The way that character is not, that's not a real character, is he? He's a sort of caricature, whereas there's a sense of a real person actually, and what happens in the novelization is fascinating. How what Hulk always did in the novelizations was to give you history and what they now call backstory to almost every character. You'd find out about what had happened to them in their family, and he does it with Stevens beautifully in this story, adding to that quality that I've just been talking about. I need to go. Just talk to Mr. Seligman. I'm just going to go and use another room. 1 second. Yeah.
That's okay. Feel free to pop any questions you have into the chat, by the way.
Hmm.
Stylish One said earlier, I love Pertwee's story about convincing Troughton to do conventions. There's a little question for Stephen there as well, which we'll get back to at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Jackie. I've just seen that you posted a comment before the one we read out earlier. John Pertwee was my first Doctor, and my passion for Doctor Who at the age of 6 began. The Sea Devils is my favourite of his stories, but the Green Death is memorable for me due to the sad departure of Joe. I mean, you're not alone there in Sea Devils being your favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my fave too.
I'm not really. I don't know. I'm never too sure about what my favourite Pertwee is. There's just too many strong ones to choose from, really. I think Mind of Evil's certainly up there, though.
Yeah, you seem to gravitate towards mine quite a bit.
Yeah, that's true. But then you've also got great ones like Silurians and the Ambassadors of Death as well.
Yeah, you have.
Speaking of the Third Doctor, did you know infamous Doctor Who author Mick Lewis played the Third Doctor in Day of the Doctor?
No, I didn't.
Is that like body doubling for the final scene on the cloud?
I imagine so. And probably the trailer as well, I would guess.
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah. Did they do those about the same time then? Because they do sort of have
Probably.
a similar quality to them. That almost still dreamlike state they have.
Yeah, I probably assume they did it all at the same time.
Nah. Cool. Are you back, Stephen?
Don't think.
Not quite yet. I think he's in the room, but he's
in
not
the room.
quite at the mic yet. I mean, what's some of your thoughts on the Green Death? What's some of your memories of it?
What, my memories?
Yeah.
I just watching it again, it cements why probably season 10 is my favourite of the show. Because I think especially episode 5, there was something about episode 5 was like just the milk float sequence that it's the least action-packed escape. It's a mundanity and so farcical, but it's so brilliant. And I think that's what I'm like, that's why I love this era, because it can make, something so silly like a milk float become this gripping piece of drama, with the tension, is he going to escape global chemicals?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, because Stephen was talking earlier about how that was almost what people worried Doctor Who would be like when they saw John Pertwee, this comedian, had been cast.
Yeah.
But then it's like for us at least, I think growing up with it and having that being part of the era to us, it doesn't stand out in comparison to, say, season 7, where things are a lot more serious. But they do feel symbatical, don't they?
Yes.
It doesn't feel like there is a change or a conflict there. There is a natural progression, I suppose, of this era towards that. I mean, you do get some stories that maybe take it a bit far, like the Time Monster. But I think here it's done with such conviction. It's played so straight that you don't blink at it. You don't.
It's done for the story's purpose. It's not just go, hey, look at this. This is funny. There's a genuine reason why the Doctor has to do what he has to do.
Yeah. And I think it probably helps as well that if the new series was to do something like this, there probably would be a bit of comedy music to accompany it, wouldn't there?
Yeah. You can imagine it's a bit like the 11th hour sort of cooking food, like a bit of a quick cut. Here we go.
Hello.
Sorry,
I need to sustain myself. I made a cup of tea, right?
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
Mind you, Luke's probably had a few bottles of rum by now, haven't you? You can hold it though, can't you?
Yeah,
You're like Tom Baker. It's astonishing. You drink anybody under the table. What's going on?
Is your cup of tea exactly like the Doctor's, bright green and dead?
Hang on a minute. I'm trying to. You see, you get more and more elliptic. What's the word? Sort of. There's a word for what you get with the Doctor's tea, bright green and dead. I don't get it.
Oh, it's like right at the start of this very
Evergreen
story
Death,
when he's talking
when the
about
Brigadier-
the.
Yeah, I know the
Some
Brigadier
pilot.
says that. What's that got to do with tea?
Well, that's what he says. The Brigadier's like, this is exactly your
Oh,
cup of
your
tea,
cup of
Doctor."
tea! Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Obviously not meaning it literally, but
No. You're quite a surrealist, aren't you, Luke?
Uh,
Yeah. You're not your cup of tea. That was what was it you did the other day that was very funny? There's something some comment you made. Obviously, there was the
the lettuce one, of course.
there was the lettuce one. I think there was another one.
Yeah, I can't
There's
it was
somebody
on the
else.
Genesis one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's
The one
right.
that
That's
didn't
right.
happen. Well, the one that did happen but didn't.
No, it was because what was that all about? The lettuce thing. Where did that come from?
That
Something
was
about death.
Genesis.
What?
The quote was Genesis as well.
No, it was Death, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
actual
Death
quote
was where it actually was.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right. That's right. Because Nick Briggs' favourite story is Death of the Daleks, right? So
Yeah, because there's nothing quite like
and Nick. Okay, so and the backstory of this is, I was supposed to be having a, I'd arranged to have a chat with Nick. Nick and I's chats on the phone tend to last as long as this, and so we both always looking forward to it. And but he wasn't able to because he wasn't well. He'd got food poisoning, and he worked out it must have been a piece of lettuce. Now I've never heard of somebody getting poisoned by lettuce before, but so anyway, so this was unfortunate, and he was out of action for a little bit. And so then I suddenly thought, oh, I said, which Doctor Who story is there a mention of lettuce? And this was, of course, and he was racking his brains and he couldn't get it. And I said, well, you kick yourself. Did one of you get it? Oh, Ben got it, didn't you?
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah.
And so then but Luke's suggestion was, go on.
It was Genesis of the Daleks when the Doctor's talking to Ronson and he says, "Then let us help you."
Then let us help you. Yes, that's right. And I was in the middle of giving a talk on Renaissance drama to some people, and I thought that there had been a message on the phone, so I just had a look at my phone, and it made me laugh out loud. But here it is, isn't it? This is it.
Everything has grown here for centuries.
Well, unless you're planning on raising lettuce, doesn't seem to.
So there it was, but I did something else. Where is it? All right. So in the meantime, while I find this, what have you been talking about in my absence? Remind me at some point to read the extract from the novelization, which is the sort of the when he says don't no one must go down the mine, and what he does. This is a paradigm example of how brilliant Hulk was at turning these, TV melodramas into sort of psychological, quite sophisticated psychological fiction, which of course adds to the whole sort of the message of this story. But of course, by humanizing characters that could easily be demonized by those on the left as capitalist, an evil multinational greedy capitalist. By humanizing them, it makes the message more powerful and more meaningful and more likely to convince people who might be inclined to the right. Because if you write dramas that demonize people, you can alienate people who you might get on your side if you are more sympathetic to those who've succumbed to viewpoints that you don't agree with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see the point there, but I also feel like there may be a bit of a double-edged sword there in that it's portraying capitalism as a whole as through Boss as something that isn't human-made in a way. It's like just a system that affects us rather than it is a system thought up by human minds, and that there is a human evil, if you like, behind that. Whereas the story by channeling all that through Boss instead and making Steven sympathetic, which I do like. It does work for the character and does make things more interesting. But at the same time, you do perhaps lose a bit of an edge on the political.
Do you think the Boss the computer actually takes away from the critique of capitalism because it's saying it's a computer's fault? Because I don't think
it's not blaming the system rather than similar to what Kablam does. It sort of takes.
But Kablam's at the end seems to be pro-capitalism.
Oh yeah, Kablam's far more confused politically, definitely.
Yeah, I must rewatch that so I can have a more sophisticated view. I remember thinking, hang on, what are you saying? What? Who wrote that?
Pete McTeague.
Yeah.
Right. He's on the commentary team on Behind the Sofa for these stories, isn't he?
Yeah, he does all the trailers for him.
Right. And which other ones did he write?
He did Praxis, didn't he? I think.
There we go. Yeah.
I mean, to go back to Boss is the creation of human capitalists. So it's not that it's not that the computers invented capitalism or it's what does the story actually say that Stevens is the first computer that's been linked to a human mind, isn't it? Which is Stevens.
There's also the interesting point there where he says he programmed Stevens to program him to be inefficient. So it's almost the bootstrap paradox of where did that idea come from? Because surely the machine thinking to program itself to be inefficient would already be an inefficient thought.
My feeling about it, what I've always got from it, and why it's powerful, is that the computer's been created and programmed by somebody like Stevens, a fanatic of the free market.
Yeah.
So it's created this capitalist computer that is made in the image of that sort of fanatic of the free market. So it's mad, fascistic, solipsistic, and English. But
it's capitalism taken to the extreme, isn't it? It's trying to brainwash everyone so that it's been
programmed with the persona of a free market economist. It's taken over that persona, and it's taken the implications of the free market to the logical conclusion of free market economics, where all compassion and human empathy is eradicated. And the beauty of that scene with Fell is that the actual end result of that belief system alarms and disturbs him. He's created something, and then it's rather like, it's not unlike Davros, when the Daleks shoot his mates, and he goes, no, but these are my friends. No, you understand what your belief system means. It means, everything other is to be exterminated, including you, mate. There's a wonderful play by Dennis Potter called Brimstone and Treacle, which was banned in the 70s before it left the BBC, because basically it has Satan visits this family where there's a handicapped girl. They later made it into a film with Sting, but it was. Do you know who Michael Kitchen is? He was in a series called Foyle's War. You'd recognise it as an actor, and Michael Kitchen plays Satan in this story. But he basically, the way that Satan is written is that he's there as a curiously moral figure. So there's this old bigoted, English aging middle-aged bloke who hates immigrants and everything. And then he's going, oh no, you should send them all back. And then the Michael Kitchen character, who is satanic, but takes this logic. Yes, exactly, sir. He says, yes, we need to do this, and we put them on cattle trucks and shoot them on, and then Denham Elliott's actually, and he goes, oh well, no, I wouldn't go that far. No, not shoot them and concentration camps. Because this is the people who have they haven't thought it through, to what in fact the implications of their beliefs are. And that moment with Fell in this story, not necessary surely, is one of those realizations where it shows you what this belief system leads to, which is that human beings are dispensable in the interests of the market and the what's that list of things that in the scene that Pertwee has with the boss,
freedom from fear,
freedom from freedom.
Yeah.
But the logical outcome of having that, and the fact that if you've created a computer in your image that is that selfish and that solipsistic, is that eventually it will dominate you and control you, which is how he programmed it, and it programmed him back. I think that somebody had a theory that, because there's this confusion, what sort of, in the book he's Dr. Stevens, and Fell is Bell in the book, Dr. Bell, and Bell is the chemist, the science, the science expert on the polymerization or whatever. But somebody put forward a theory that
shouldn't that be Bateson?
Yeah, that's right, Bateson. Who's Timothy Bateson? He was an actor who played a very famous character in a Graham Williams story. And he finds out that his theory is true.
No clue.
His heretical opinion.
What's his name in Ribos Operation?
Yeah, Binro the Heretic. Timothy Bateson. Whether in fact he was a gifted chemist also as well, and came up with this way of making cheap petrol. I have no idea. Yes. So that somebody came up with a theory that Stevens wasn't a chemist, but a computer programmer, and he programmed the computer, and the computer came up with the chemistry science. So that the original kind of dangerous science is IT, I suppose,
Yeah.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Here we are, this story made in 1973, where a computer does have to take up the whole of a room, as they did at the time. And that's why you have to borrow all those bits of props and sets from Jerry Anderson, which is that's all from UFO, that the Boss computer stuff. And a lot of that stuff pops up again throughout the Tom Baker era. I think you see quite a lot of that in things like Face of Evil. You see various bits. Oh, there's that bit.
Get their money's worth.
Yeah. So I think Boss is a really good notion. As because it's not. I don't think it is the evil supercomputer that we lay all the blame on. It's the product of their belief system, and it takes it to the nth degree, to the ultimate extreme, and is incapable of having moments of what saves humanity, being the sentimentalist that Jeremy Willis is. What's his name? Stevens.
Is it Justin as well?
Jocelyn, which is also was a joke of Robert Sloman, because Jocelyn Stevens in real life, which Barry Letts said, I didn't know. This was a joke that a piece of satire that Robert Sloman slipped by me. That Jocelyn Stevens was actually the chief editor of one of the Sunday newspapers, who had been Robert Sloman's boss when he was a journalist. And he said, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have let him put it in, because we could have got slapped with a libel notice, And that's why he's changed to Thomas Stevens in the book, for similar reasons to Panorama Chemicals. Shall I read that section of the book? The scene.
Yeah, might as well. I think we've.
Mm.
We're on the
Let me-
topic of it, so it
We're on the
seems
topic.
silly to save it for later.
You're right with that. You're right with that with Ben.
Yeah.
Mm. While he waited for Hinks to arrive, Dr. Stevens stood at the window and looked out towards the mountains. Years ago, he'd enjoyed climbing mountains, but now his family had deserted him, leaving a gap in his life that could only be filled by work. He was delighted when he was invited to become director of the main British plant of Panorama Chemicals, because he realized that this was a job of such size and complexity, he would be able to devote night and day to it. What he did not realize was that the job would provide him with the best and most faithful friend he had ever had. His intercom buzzed, and the voice of his secretary, Stella, spoke through the built-in loudspeaker. "I've located Mr. Hinks, sir. He's on his way to your office." "Thank you, Stella," Dr. Stevens said to the intercom. He went back to studying the mountains. Maybe, he thought, he should try a little climbing again one day. Unfortunately, he would not be able to take his new friend with him. But the exercise might do him good. And he loved the sense of history that emanated from those mountains. Dr. Stevens had enjoyed studying history when he was a boy at school. Sometimes he wished he was still there. But now he was a man and had the responsibilities of a man. He turned from the window. His headache was starting to trouble him again. He wished Hinks would hurry up and come to take orders, because he had to get rid of the headache. There was a tap on the door, and Hinks entered. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Hinks was over 6 feet tall and very broad-shouldered. He had a face like an ex-boxer who'd lost too many fights. The headache was very bad now. "I want you to..." Dr. Stevens knew he was swaying slightly with the pain. "I want you to..." "Are you all right, sir?" Although Hinks asked the question politely, there was ice in his voice. There always was. "The mine," said Dr. Stevens. "Nobody must go down the mine. Nobody." "I'll see to it," said Hinks, and he grinned. The prospect of any kind of violence always made Hinks grin. "You sure you're all right, sir?" "Perfectly all right," Dr. Stevens lied. "Just see no one goes down the mine. That'll be all." "Right you are, sir." Hinks turned and went. Dr. Stevens hated to imagine what Hinks might do to stop people going down the mine. Alone, Dr. Stevens staggered over to the door and locked it. Then he crossed back to his desk and unlocked a little cupboard built into the side of the desk. His hands were now shaking, and his head felt like splitting open. He reached into the cupboard and brought out a very special pair of earphones, Fumbling, he put them on, plugged the lead into a special socket in his desk intercom, and slumped back into his chair. The voice of his friend, Boss, at once started to talk to him through the earphones, reassuring Dr. Stevens that what he was doing was right. Almost immediately, the headache went away. There it is.
It's interesting now with Hinks, actually, to add to our conversation, that you do end up with a human character who is portrayed in the story as irredeemably evil in a way. Or certainly, at least you don't see anything redeeming him in the same way you do with Stevens.
What
I'm
Hulk
sure it's
does?
not irredeemable.
Hulk even gives him a curious backstory. Is it where he's sitting in his office and he's reading cartoons because he can't concentrate on anything with words, and they're violent cartoons where people are sort of killing each other and beating each other up. So there's this, I don't know, there's this sense that lack of education and degraded popular culture have sort of fueled his barbarism or whatever you like. There's always some extra touch that Malcolm Hook gives to every single character,
Yeah. There's also with that a worrying implication of the character who is more evil is the one who is from a more working class background.
There's
the
a
more
class,
educated one is the one who has the conscience.
Yeah. Well, I suppose he's trapped by the parameters of the story.
Yeah,
Malcolm Hook, isn't it? And it's difficult to break out of. It's an allegation that has been made about the program at this time that it's terribly, terribly middle class, and the depictions of working class people are few and far between, and they tend to be quite caricatured and patronizing at best, or in this case, he's the thug, and of course, you don't get a working class Doctor Who companion, arguably until. Well, is Ace supposed to be working class?
I'd say so.
Lower middle class.
Yeah. I mean, I think she was expelled from school at one point, wasn't she?
But certainly, they tend to be. Jo Grant's got an uncle in the government, hasn't she? Who gets her the job.
Yeah.
Sarah Jane Smith's the niece of an esteemed virologist, and I suppose probably Jamie's probably the closest thing to a working class character, isn't he?
What about Leela? Where does she fall?
What's the class hierarchy on that unnamed planet?
Yeah. Well, I suppose she is the low because they both look down on each other, though, don't they? But I suppose the Tesh is the more stereotypical upper class, isn't it? With their more refined.
They're different. They're different. It's just different cultures, aren't they? And they're not related to each other. So they're not related in terms of one's a higher class than the other. They're fighting each other. But I don't know. Well, who was Leela's father? Who's getting killed at the beginning of it? Do we get any sense of what his position was in that society?
Yeah, you don't really get much of a.
No.
He's certainly not too high. He's not high up enough for them to spare him.
I don't think Chris Boucher's, into class analysis really in that story. And the point being, he said there isn't anything.
He saves that for the next story. To be fair.
Well, in a sense, yes. Well, he said certainly there's another sort of anti-capitalist story of the year, isn't there? Of the 70s.
It's also interesting seeing the change for Stevens to becoming a doctor, which also sort of goes against maybe typical capitalist ideas, because usually they're more the people who have made it that far to the top of business today, the CEOs, the entrepreneurs, are less thinkers in their own right and more stealers of other people's ideas. They're just better at marketing them in a way. Your Elon Musk's and your what's his Edison's.
Edison, according to the shocking night of Nikola Tesla. What's it called? That's true.
Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror.
Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. Yeah. But I think within the sort of the parameters of the time, and it was that wonderful quotation of about objections to Doctor. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Christopher Eccleston, who's objected to Doctor Who as a child. He said he didn't feel he was represented. It was all these posh people, and with a strong sort of working class northern sensibility. That's why he said, I was playing out when it was on, because it wasn't for me, I always felt, I mean, obviously, I'm from Liverpool, surrounded by Scousers. I don't know, my dad's from a very working class background. I mean, he became a teacher, but that was never something that was I didn't feel like it was excluding me. I felt it was very inclusive. Well, it's inclusive to sort of misfits, isn't it? I think if you're an eccentric child, and maybe in ways, somebody like Christopher Eccleston,
he's more of a football fan as well.
He's a football fan, so it's like so it's not for football. And like those blokes who were on the train last talking about football or whatever.
Yeah, he sort of like feels included by everyone else around.
Yeah, this is inclusive of outsiders, isn't it, Doctor Who? I think that we identify with the strangeness, the otherness of the Doctor, who isn't like anybody we know, and you might feel like that. I think that's one of the things about who's asking that question in the documentary. Who's Doctor Who does it belong to? I think it belongs to people who don't feel they fit, or they're odd, or introspective, or on another bloody planet in whatever way, I mean, how did you two feel about that aspect of it? That it made you feel, there's a sort of a belonging to a world of people who are a bit different to everybody else. Was that an aspect that ever occurred to you or not? I don't know.
But I suppose when we were sort of like growing up at a time when it was more popular as well, and
it was everywhere. So you couldn't really escape it.
Yeah. So in a way, there isn't that.
I suppose. I suppose what the revised series did, it invented the normaloid doctors.
Yeah.
Because the doctors were they were strange, weird, and other, and weren't sort of conventionally attractive, and deeply eccentric. Whereas the revised series, in its brilliant bid to have a broader appeal to people who didn't like it before, made the characters more conventional heroes, young and pretty, and relatively
maybe the moral side of it.
I mean,
like
David Tennant, the David Tennant
isn't violent.
Yeah, but the David Tennant Doctor could walk into it and nobody would think, "Who's this weirdo?" They go, "Oh, he's a nice-looking young bloke,"
It's like geek chic, isn't it? Really,
but he's not that geeky, is he?
Yeah. I guess they put some spectacles and like, that's a geek, isn't it? It's that sort of.
Yeah, but that's quite sort of thin end of the wedge of geekiness, isn't it? Yes,
he does also seem like a bit more of a self-conscious Doctor in that sense as well, doesn't he? Whereas classic Doctors will waltz into a place and not care what people think. Whereas being a Doctor, he does have that more self-consciousness. But when it comes to the moral side of things, if there's someone he disagrees with, he doesn't care about sharing it.
No. I told you about this girl I knew who was from Trieste and knew nothing about Doctor Who, and I talked a bit about it, and she saw this picture on the wall which is Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, and Baker.
Yeah.
And she'd said, "What is Doctor Who?" And I said, "This is Doctor. Which is Doctor Who?" I said, "Well, they're all Doctor. How can they all be Doctor Who? They all played the same character. They sort of." I tried to explain regeneration, and she says, "These are Doctor Who." I said, "Yeah." "They all look insane," she said. I said, "Yeah." And then I showed her a picture of some of the later ones. She goes, no. They were too ordinary, you know. No, that is, and she knew. She went, "No, they are Doctor Who," and she'd latched onto that. It's got to be somebody who looks really bloody weird.
Yeah.
You know?
I think for context there as well, it's the first 4 Doctors on your wall, isn't it?
It's the first 4. I think I said Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, and Baker. Yeah. And I suppose I felt, that, as you know, a young fan, that I could believe they were the same weird, eccentric, bizarre, brilliant, extraordinary, ambiguous character that had reformed in a slightly different form because they're all completely extraordinary. And much as I like Peter Davison, there's that element of the utterly bizarre had sort of started to leave it, as it were. But he's more like sort of somebody you might be likely to meet and not be alarmed by.
Then what about, how do you feel Colin Baker falls on that scale then?
Well, yeah, he's more bizarre, isn't he? I mean, and particularly, I mean, you know, you can't go anywhere in that costume.
No.
Yes, I mean, that's of course, and that was you know, Nathan Turner having found the anti-Tom, then wanted to find the anti-Peter Davison, didn't he? You know, and found somebody who was and quite self-consciously trying to be as abrasive as Hartnell had been, you know. But it's interesting. I mean, no, all iterating. That's the great thing about the program. It's so infinitely flexible and capacious. You can go anywhere. But I suppose I grew up expecting the Doctor to be the most bizarre person you could imagine. That their face was bizarre, their voice was bizarre, and just had this extraordinarily powerful, you know, potentially terrifying charisma. That sort of unpredictability.
Yeah, I can see that.
Let's talk about Pertwee in this story then.
Yeah, I think that's a good little segue there, isn't it?
Yeah, as we've sort of we've veered into talking about the doctorness of the Doctor. What do we think of Pertwee's showing in this story?
I mean, emotionally, when it comes to the scenes with Joe, there's that somber nature to him, isn't there? Towards the end, of course.
Sad, yes,
which is quite rare, I'd say, for a Doctor.
Well, no, and it's the first time, or no, it's not the first time. It happens at the end of the massacre, but that what they started to call the lonely god in the revived series. That this character who lives an inordinately long life, many long lives, and will outlive all his companions. And there's that speech in School Reunion that Anthony Head character has, doesn't it? You know, about what is it?
They must seem like insects to you, isn't it?
It's something like that. Maybe maggots. No, but yes,
I know. I'm confused. That's Wilfred.
No. It's. Does he say that? No, it's.
Yeah, he says we must seem like.
It's a similar sort of. It's actually more poetic. It's more so. It's. Their lives are so fleeting, I think is the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's. I think the first time you address it it's addressed is Donald Tosh's speech at the end of Bell of Doom, the last episode of the massacre, but don't mention the War Machine. Where, you know, they've all gone. all gone. You know, none of them could understand.
Yeah.
Not even my little Susan and Vicky. And as for Barbara and Chesterton, and he corrects himself, but it's not funny anymore. It's moving.
Yeah.
Chesterton, they were all too eager just to get home, and now Stephen. Perhaps I should go home, back to my own planet, but I can't. And of course, the audience and the writers at the time didn't know what that meant. There's a magic, of course, to that unknownness, unknowableness about the Doctor at that time, prior to the invention of Gallifrey, the Time Lords, and all the rest of it. It really was Doctor Who. But do you get is there a sort of a moment of that sort of melancholy? Obviously, when Jamie and Zoe.
Yeah, I was about to say but that's a much more fleeting one, isn't it?
It's very, very. It's like that, isn't it? It's really it's as fleeting
and that's
as their
also
lives.
sort of putting on a brave face to say goodbye, isn't it?
Yes.
Whereas
it is.
here, it's
you don't feel
you don't after.
Yes, you don't feel that he's emotionally affected, but apart from a little bit, and like in the Five Doctors, it's rather sad, really, doesn't he? So it's just a little sad, but it's like, well, that's not really digging very deep, is it? And we're on to the rest of the adventure. So I think there are any moments of genuine melancholy in the Troughton era.
I mean, I suppose you've sort of got that.
There are moments that there are beautifully
Victoria in.
But that's not sad, is it? That's a beautiful speech, but it's actually a sort of speech of therapy to her about her dead father. But we can do extraordinary. Yes, what he says. No, my about his family. They live in my mind. So there's a sense of acknowledgement of previous pain, but it's been assimilated and it's been dealt with.
Yeah,
and it's a happy memory. It's become a happy memory. So it's not a sad speech, beautifully delivered and quite moving, and it's poignant in its own way. But there's not a sense of it sort of hurting him. Whereas I think you get
Jamie, I'd say, and his particularly in Fury from the Deep, where he's saying goodbye to Victoria. It's more Jamie where that melancholy substance, I suppose, of the story comes from, whereas the Doctor is much more accepting that everyone has their own different paths, really. And I think it's something wonderful about Troughton's Doctor himself in how accepting he is of people going on their different journeys through life, I suppose. And sometimes they cross over a bit, like he and Victoria did, but then he's accepted that times that, and he's not getting overly attached, but also he's not being callous either. He's happy for her to be entering this new chapter, whereas Jamie is much more sentimental there. It's like that. It's the difference between a more possessive love in a way versus a more unconditional love that the Doctor has for his companions. And I suppose maybe you could say with Joe there is a blurring of that line for the Doctor now, where he does have a more possessive attachment to her, like when he's luring Cliff away from Joe towards the end of episode 3. And certainly that there's almost a sting to him, isn't there, when she's leaving? It's like he doesn't want to drag out that pain.
No,
he knows she's going now. He knows there's nothing he can do to change that, and he doesn't want to change that. He wants her to be happy, so he's decided, best for both of us if I get up now and just walk away, really, because the rest of the unit family are still there, partying, dancing away, raising a toast and such. Mike probably a bit more begrudgingly by the sense of it. Like there's very much a choke in his voice when he hears about the engagement. He's like, "Oh, congratulations."
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll make you very happy. But with the Doctor, he's wanting to get out of there straight away, and he's the one on his own, even though the rest of the unit regulars are still going to be sticking around. But there is that sense that his final tether to Earth has now been
I think
broken.
Mike Yates has started dating that security guard at Chemicals. Actually, I think he's fine.
Carrying his bag.
Yes.
I mean, given how quickly people move in the Doctor universe, it probably wouldn't be too long until they got married.
Indeed. But no, it's interesting that there's a lot of. I'm just thinking about, in the Hartnell era. There's quite a lot of that kind of emotional melancholy, isn't there? Because the huge emotional charge of the farewell to Susan scene, which is beautifully played and written.
But then you also have a more possessive side to him with Ian and Barbara as well, when they decide.
Oh yeah, and he gets very angry about it. He's outraged about it, and that's
it's almost Bill being pulled into the character of it, isn't it? Because you very
well, I think so. That informs his brilliance at playing both the farewell to Susan / Caroline Ford and the farewell to Jacqueline Hill and William Russell. That he was drawing on his own emotional state for both of those things, and that's why they're amongst the strongest scenes in those first 2 years. But there's other, it's the beautiful speech when Katerina's dead, the daughter of the gods. If you're familiar with that, have you listened to Alex Master Plan?
Yeah.
Well, it's more than Nick Briggs had done about a year ago.
Blimey.
No, he's the first to admit that he hadn't got around to it. And he's affected by Vicky's departure as well. At the beginning of Dalek's Master Plan. So there's a lot of that in the Hartnell era, and then it's the companions is symptomatic of different priorities amongst the people who make the thing. Towards the end, of course, they really are sort of the powers that were at the time treating companions like temps.
It's out of the old and in with the new, isn't it? It's trying to make
no, she hasn't worked. We'll get another one in. Is it a blonde one or a brunette? Let's try. No. Let's have a look through Spotlight. It seems to be a sort of disgraceful sort of attitude to the characters and the actors of that time.
But it often is the way, like with how things sell and how things are viewed. There's always more interested in something new coming along. It's like the whole thing of how Barry and Terence wanted a big draw for the opener of their season. There's always more interest in new things coming than old things going, isn't there? So...
They were pretty shoddy with Caroline John, really. She doesn't get a send off, No, it really wasn't working. It didn't quite. It wasn't the right dynamic, and we needed somebody who wasn't as clever as the Doctor. So no, she had to go. So there's a bit of that syndrome there.
But does that almost work better than how surely someone like Dodo's written out in a way? Like
not much. I mean, I think it's better because she had a better reason to go. She was a research scientist. She had a meaningful existence beyond the Doctor Who universe, and she was a character and indeed a scientist in her own right. So as just in a narrative sense, it works. It better than the Dodo one, which is staying with a family that she's she doesn't know. What was it? What did you say? She's going to actually go back to her family.
Yeah, because she's from the time she's left anyway. So she can easily get back to
stay with some family that she didn't know before, rather than coming back or being bothered to say goodbye to the Doctor.
I mean, she's sent off to his house in the country, isn't she, to Charles? But
I think the cruelty about the Dodo one is that with the hiatus or the interval between Inferno and Terror of the Autons, we imagine there was the scene where Liz Shaw talk to the doctor about how she wanted to go to Cambridge, and you can imagine, oh my God, jolly good, Liz. Yes, absolutely, off you go. Yes, and there's plenty of research for you to do that. Whereas in the Don't Mention the War Machine, it's
we find out at the same time as the doctor.
Exactly, and it's just a shoddy piece of writing, isn't it? That's what it is. Well, if you're gonna don't do it at all. I suppose that's what they do at the end of it. Let's just not do it. Let's have that an imagined scene that we don't need to show it. Because
I suppose it's also that maybe they had it by the time Inferno was written, it was too late for them to write a departure scene in by the time they decided.
Well, of course, bear in mind that the show was on the verge of cancellation at this point as well. Still, wasn't it? That Barry lets. I think, isn't it that season 8 happened because they couldn't actually find a valid alternative?
Oh no, I think it's season 7 that happened because they couldn't find, because they had that whole.
Is it? When was he looking for Snowy Black then? There's a series about an Australian protagonist who's a sort of proto.
That was Eric Sherwin who was doing that.
No, but it's Barry Letzo. No, I was on this quest for us, and I got this thing called Snowy Black, and about a sort of a proto Crocodile Dundee character. I've got a feeling that was in the course of series 7.
Yeah,
and then they went
out.
Oh, I tell you what, let's just do another series because it's logistically easier. It'd been I need to go back and research that, what exactly the chronology of all that stuff is.
I think season 7 just went out because they couldn't think of a replacement yet. They couldn't get one off the ground, so they thought, it's easier to just put that into production. And then season 7 really took off. So I think maybe Barry was looking into that
early
at the
on.
time when
before they knew it was a success.
So while they were working on season 7 before anyone out, and then as soon as that started going on, they realized,
it'd be worth looking back.
On season 8.
It'd be worth looking back at that sort of the details, exactly what the process of that was. It's fascinating.
It's amazing what you think when you think of a replacement for Doctor Who. Something like that is not what you have in mind at all.
Well, I suppose it's they're just thinking in terms of we need to do something different, probably completely different.
Yeah.
Something which is family entertainment, and probably one of the urges behind it is that we don't want them to think, oh, this is just another Doctor Who. We want something completely different. Oh, there's this series. There's nothing like anything we've seen before about an Australian bloke who finds himself a bloke from the outback who finds himself in London or whatever the idea was, completely different concept.
Doctor Who is so all-encompassing as well when it comes to sci-fi and science fantasy as well.
Yeah.
That almost like any idea that you could come up for a different sci-fi show, you could just be like, well, bundle it into Doctor Who. In fact, a lot of the stories, like the Crotons, did start life as pitches for other series or like standalone drama, but then someone, I think it was with Robert Holmes, he was told, why don't you try pitching this to Doctor Who instead of being a standalone serial? And
I think you can understand, can't you, when you got the War Games, which is veering, it's between 4 and 5 million, and that at that time, on a 3-channel setup was they're disastrous viewing figures at that time. They're bloody disastrous, and it's so expensive. This series, I don't know like how cheap Doctor Who was, but it was always expensive for what the BBC were capable of doing, the sort of budgets they had available to them. So, well, let's find something cheaper than this thing, and nobody's watching it anyway. But so it's no wonder they were thinking of cancelling it. When you've got a 10-episode story that's struggling to get up to 5 million at that time, a series which in the you look back at season 2, it's 8, 11, 12, 11, 12, 9, 9, 9. Though they were that's the sort of ratings that they not wanted, but needed as the hook on the Saturday. So this isn't doing its bloody job, And it's only the ratings ever go that low again. Well, they go that low in season 18, actually, don't they? They never go down.
I think
to
that was when it
4.
had more competition, though, wasn't it?
Well, that was we said discussed before that was when ITV finally nailed it with Buck Rogers in 21st Century, and they managed to schedule it against. They managed to network it throughout the ITV networks. I have a strong feeling that when you talk about ratings, this story got such high ratings. Well, how did they know it was going to be that good when they turned it on? It must have something to do with what's gone before. And I think I think a sense of ennui had set in towards the end of the Williams era with the audience, that they had Doctor Who on, but they weren't really watching it, and they thought it was sort of a bit lame in time. They quite liked Tom Baker. When ITV came along at that point, the audience was ripe to migrate because
it's like the high viewing figures of Destiny and City of Death aren't necessarily indicative of their quality. It's indicative of
there wasn't
on the other channel.
There was nothing on the other side.
Yeah,
there was literally nothing. In a cold October, and you've got a documentary on BBC Two about pollution in factories. The only person who turned over was Barry Letts. I'm trying to find the Radio Times description of what the alternative to City of Death was. It's the most unappealing documentary you've ever heard of, and that was it. No. So if ITV wasn't on, that everybody and then people say, "Oh, but what about the ratings for Creature from the Pit were fantastic?" Yeah, because as ITV had been off the air for months, they'd stopped making things, so they didn't. So so not only do they not have new material to put out, but the viewing people had got used to watching BBC One on Saturday night, so they weren't going to suddenly go and watch what was on ITV, particularly when ITV didn't have anything to new. They were showing repeats and old films because that was a massively long strike. It was over 3 months, and it nearly completely bankrupted them. And it found they people like Mike always found it was very difficult to draw the moderate audiences we'd had before the strike back to ITV on a Saturday night. So
I suppose you'd have people who also just thought, well, I've started this series of Doctor Who, I might as well keep going and finish it.
Yeah. Well, of course, bear in mind, this is it's a time before remote controls. So people, if you just people can be bothered to cross the room to turn over a lot of the time. So once you got the audience at the beginning of the evening. This is why one of the reasons why the hook at the beginning of the Saturday night was good, because people weren't used to channel surfing in those days, because it was an effort to go and push and they were quite big chunky buttons, or you had to have a bit of heft to push the bloody button. I can't be bothered to leave it on BBC One.
I suppose you'd have to be pretty bad to make people want to switch over. Especially when they'd be switching over to something that was in the middle anyway.
Yeah.
So if you've missed the start, sometimes you can wonder what's the point.
Yeah.
That's what to see it through.
But this wasn't a problem. I'm trying to find the ratings for Green Death. Actually, let's have a look. How did they compare? And was it suffering?
I think it's about 8 to 9 million.
Here we are.
Oh, okay.
I've got it down as 7.7 as a. It has gone down. Three Doctors gets 10.3. This is all the episodes together. Carnival of Monsters 9.2. Frontier in Space 8. Planet of the Daleks 9.7. Green Death 7.7. That's still decent. But that's the sort of the summertime blues thing, isn't it? That people are starting to go out
about how,
and that's when and the Hinchcliffe, the Hinchcliffe's, it's sorted by starting it. Mind you, I mean, Planet of the Spiders 9. But it's interesting. Inferno went down to 5.5. So that was,
I suppose, did the longer serials affect that as well? Because as I said earlier about people being more likely to go for the start of something new than the end of something. You know, you're going to have people who check the radio trying to see, oh, this is part 5. I haven't seen the other 4. I'll wait until it's
and
part 1 again.
I think people would have got tired of those long series and this is just going on forever. You know, of the very long stories. I think I said, you know, it was such a kind of weird boost to suddenly to discover for the first time a 2-part story in Sontaran Experiment. Such an exciting idea. It wasn't going to be around forever, you know, because we were so used to sort of the long form, etc. So, what in terms of that, do we think is there a lot of padding in The Green Death? Is it a story that feels padded at all? Unlike a story that's entirely made of padding, like Frontier in Space, but it is almost entirely made up of. It's a story made of padding.
I suppose you do have a bit of it in part 2 with the Doctor trying to get the equipment from Global Chemicals. Like there is a lot of break into Global Chemicals. Break out of Global Chemicals. There is that formula to it, isn't there?
Well, yeah, but. Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, it doesn't. They don't actually get the equipment via that, but that enables the first standoff between the Doctor and Stevens.
Yeah.
Which
always confuses me though when they first meet.
What with the bars between them?
Yeah, Stevens comes up and says, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And the Doctor's response is, "I'm afraid you have me under several disadvantages, sir. Who am I addressing?" He's just asked you that, and now you're springing disadvantages on him. Like, sure, he's under the disadvantage as well because he doesn't know who you are. Like rather odd etiquette, and I don't know if it's just the way they filmed it. Something like had to be cut out quickly, and so like, yeah, that'll do it. More or less makes sense.
I've never had a problem with that. So I'm gonna have to think that through as to why that. What you think? It's an odd reply to who are you? What are you doing here? So I'm afraid you have me under several disadvantages.
Because usually, you know, you'd say you're under a disadvantage when the person you're talking to knows more about you than you do about them, wouldn't you?
Unless
you talk about the literal disadvantage.
Pertwee's saying that he himself is at a disadvantage, several disadvantages.
Yeah,
because he's been caught and in the wrong.
But I think to me, when you're saying that, it's especially the way Stevens replies by saying who he is.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to go and have a look at that now because I've never thought any further than what a wonderful first encounter is, particularly as they're using the industrial Gothic set.
Yeah, well shot.
I love all that. Pertwee, when he's got into the factory, all that sort of that stuff behind him of all the pipes in the factory. You know, that's the quintessence of Pertwee to me. If you're in some scary industrial looking complex, or whether it's a post-nuclear industrial complex or it's a pre-nuclear industrial revolution Gothic place like a mine or an old sea fort, you know, it's that sort of the Gothicism of technology, isn't it? That's the sort of the eeriness.
Yeah.
So
especially when they're often very empty locations, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's just, you know,
here
it's often very flat as well.
Here, actually, you get the dark, satanic, not mills but mines, don't you, of the early Industrial Revolution, and then the modern, in post-nuclear Gothic of them pumping pollution from this ultra-modern factory down pipes into this early sort of industrial nightmare place.
Yeah, you even got the new built on top of the old there, haven't you? As well?
Yeah. So you got this sort of symbiosis for the scariness and the horror of the thing. So you know, the dark satanic mine, and now the dark satanic oil refinery, and this is all that sort of, whether it's gas works, wherever they film these things, whether they film Quatermass 2, you know, gas works, oil refineries, nuclear power stations, whether it's coal mines, textile factories, or Chernobyl, you know, the horror of technological advancement, be it Stephenson's rocket, Arkwright's spinning jenny, Bateson's polymerization or the Manhattan Project. That's the world of Pertwee, isn't it? Which is inherited from Quatermass and is really, I'd forgotten actually rewatching it, how it's very much delivered by the factory and the mine and the scary technology aspect of it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, we mentioned earlier about how this was my first time watching, well, any Pertwee in black and white. Actually, you convinced
did
me
it affect you as profoundly as you suggested in the message? Is it like a bit of a revelation?
Yeah, so I was glued to it through our parts 3 and 4. Just how, like, especially the mine scene and such, it felt like watching it anew. I was seeing it from a new angle because it had never really stood out to me before how post-nuclear industrial Gothic this story feels. Because in colour, I don't necessarily get that. I get that from Inferno and Ambassadors of Death in colour. I think they have that quality, partially helped by the eerie music in Inferno.
Delia's stock music, is superb. But I think what happens with this is it's to an extent the fault of the CSO that you think of the mine. And your mind can't help going to the what Terence called it, the gondola scene. This is the gondola scene, isn't it? That dodgy bit, or they're going down in the lift with CSO, because this was Michael. This was a real sore point for Michael Bryant, which is a shame. He's not on the commentaries. I know he's in the making of documentaries. It's a shame he's not on the commentary because he's always great value. Like the Sea Devils commentary, he honestly takes you through shot by shot exactly what he was doing, rather like Ridley Scott does on Alien. But he's just been ripping off David Maloney for 30 years. They weren't allowed to film in the mine. They were allowed to film outside the mine, but because of whatever the 1973 Agreement of Health and Safety was, they weren't allowed to go into the mine. Hence the woeful CSO lift sequences. So as you're being taken down into it, the suspension of belief is removed from you.
But you've got those wonderful film shots as well of them entering the lift, don't you?
Yeah,
and then
you
suddenly
go,
that's
oh great, and then you go, oh now we've got a flipping CSO with yellow fringing around everybody.
It's funny, and when it falls at the end of part 1, start of part 2, how you've got the whole shaky acting, I suppose, of Bert and Joe in there, and it looks like he sort of grabs her round the waist, picks her up, and body slams her down onto the floor as they go. Like
that's almost as bad as
a wrestling move on her.
As bad as Alan Chuntz flinging himself at the cupboard in Genesis of the Daleks when he's in the fight sequence in the corridor.
Oh, yeah,
And
he's
just quite clearly just throwing himself at the cupboard rather than being thrown at the cupboard. And so what the black and white does, it takes as I say, it takes the curse off the CSO, doesn't it? So it's it's sort of actually, you don't notice it. And in fact, if you didn't know, you wouldn't necessarily pick up on that. That's a really awful chroma key sequence,
I think also it hides the set quality. I suppose it makes it less obvious that they are sets.
I think those mine sequences in black and white suddenly look very gritty. They look realistic, don't they?
Yeah, I'd say not just the mines as well, but like Fell's little office section where he's doing the switching.
And it takes the kitsch off the 70s garishness off the sets as well, doesn't it? Because people say, "Oh, the Green Death, such a colourful story," and you think, well, it shouldn't be. It's a really grim story. So we don't want it to be compromised by it being, it's terribly of its time, and isn't it quaint and charming? It's got a very, very, serious and ominous message to deliver. And if you take all the colourful, the day glow away from it, it suddenly makes it much more frightening, doesn't it? It actually becomes the White Death, doesn't it? Of course, because that doesn't look green in in black
no,
and
no.
white.
Make sure if you could get an edit where it's like everything is black and white, but then you have a green phosphorescent glow, so that's still.
Oh, that a bit like Steven Spielberg does with red in Schindler's List. There's a girl with a red. Is it a red scarf or a red dress or whatever? As a particular point. The doomed character. Yeah, I feel quite strongly that it's a great favour that we to the power of Doctor Who at this time that we saw it all, because the maggots look terrifying, the Ogrons look terrifying, the Sea Devils look terrifying, and the Daleks. You know that because everything gets darker and murkier and you can't see how cheap and shoddy everything is. Another one I rewatched is Colony in Space. A lot of the sets there aren't great, but there's suddenly that takes that sort of cheapness off the set, and it suddenly looks more sort of docudrama or something, you know.
Yeah.
I
mean, I imagine it works well for the primitive costumes as well.
Yeah, it works. It's just very helpful. It's like, you know, Douglas Adams himself said Doctor Who never recovered from going into colour. That was Douglas Adams. I said, well, wait until you came along. But no, it's yes, it makes it very, very, very powerful, black and white.
Yeah. I mean, I think one story that works well in color anyway. Like nothing stands
Carnival
out
of
to me as
Monsters.
bad. That certainly work. I don't think that could be working.
Or Terror of the
black and white
Autons.
as well. That as well. But I was thinking Mind of Evil doesn't have anything particularly wrong with it in color. But that might be the next one I go for in black and white, because I think that tonally fits it.
Sorry, I thought you were saying.
how-
I thought you were saying ones that you want colour for. I think you kind of want colour for a Carnival of Monsters.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because of the carnivalesque nature of it, and you know, and Morgan Show and the Peep Show, and it's all about roll up. Sort of and that was, you know, I was lucky that was episode 2 was one of the first ones I ever saw in colour.
Yeah, but I think for Green Death, we sort of talk about black and white in a way of hiding some of the flaws that color highlights. Whereas,
but it's also
Mind of Evil, I don't think has any of those flaws, but would nevertheless benefit from.
Oh yeah, well,
white,
of course, for years, we could only watch it in black and white. You know, that VHS was. I mean, that was 98. I think that came out, that VHS, which was just like, oh my god, we're going to get to see it, because it was. I think we thought we weren't going to get to see it somehow, or it was what I'd never seen a single shot from before. Oh no, there's. Hang on a minute. No, there's a scene from it in the 30 Years in the TARDIS, isn't there? There's a Nick of Time. You know. Would you perhaps for once in your life you could arrive before the Nick of Time?
The start of part 6.
Yeah.
The Nick Courtney of time.
The Nick Courtney of time. You never want to miss a pun, are you?
No. Snatch them up while they're around.
Oh, you know, get them while they're hot. But yeah, I think that was
Franklin with you.
Oh God, enough. And so
you got to grant me that one.
Oh. You judge. This is another friend, not Mark.
You moaning or Manning?
Not Mark Elster, but another friend of mine called Mark, who does this all the time. And what he'll do is he'll be telling a long story, and then at the end of it he'll go so, and there'll be a pun that he worked out about, you know, half an hour ago, and he'll wait to the end of it and go so and you go what? You go, yeah, remember he said you've been waiting all that time just to come out with that. Because I appreciate.
Like suddenly you've not been telling an anecdote all that time. You've been telling the setup, the joke, and then he's come with the punchline
that was set up, but 3 hours ago. It drives his wife, as you can imagine, insane. Talking of what does Pertwee say to? There he goes. There goes. That was what was that? Post-nuclear industrial lorry.
It's John coming back in Bessie. He left something at the hutch. that could have been awkward. He's just had his dramatic exit, and then suddenly Big Finish do a little scene there, get Tim to come back and say hi to Katie. Just like, I'm sorry, but I seem to have left my sonic screwdriver here.
Yes, yeah, no. Well, of course, I'm sure that's send that in as an idea. Was it
Yeah.
you? Was it you that was talking about writing scripts?
Yeah,
we were all
I
talking
think
about
both
writing
of us.
scripts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking last week. We were all talking about writing scripts. What does Pertwee say to Joe before they get in the coal cart for the gondola scene?
No, not that way.
No, I know there's that. That's another spectacular. How thick do they write her? You know, no, we can't go
where
back
we've
down
just seen the landslide. Or cave in, rather.
Oh God! He says something in Latin to her. He says nil desperandum, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Now, a friend of mine, talking about friends and wives, a friend of mine, his wife left him, right? And he sent me this message, and I was up to my eyes with all sorts of things, and I didn't know what to say. And because the thing, Doctor Who fans, it's not like you deliberately run through the Rolodex of Doctor Who quotations in your head, is it? But you just automatically, Doctor Who quotations, this is how nuts we are. Automatically, Doctor Who quotations come up more readily than other ones. And so I didn't have much time. And so I just wrote nil desperandum, which came from the Green Death. And then the next time I spoke to him, there was a message from him. He said, "Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, that was really, really helpful, Steve. Really, really thoughtful. You know, great piece of advice. Yeah, brilliant. And in Latin, brilliant. Thank you so much." And then he said, "Oh, of course it's from Doctor Who. I mean, you know, as if it couldn't. I thought it couldn't be any more ridiculous and ill thought out and insulting. But it's just a Doctor Who quotation you dragged off the peg. Thanks very much."
Yeah. It's like anyway. You're not even intellectual then. You're just a Doctor Who
fan. just a Doctor Who fan with a head full of daft trivia. Nil desperandum, Joe. He did eventually find it funny. So
what's the difference between comedy and tragedy?
Isn't comedy is tragedy with time? Is it? What is it?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
It's a Woody Allen one. I'm looking at my notes here, trying to find some. I'd love to hear the first half of the story, that the end of which is the moral about. And the moral of the story is never trust a Venusian. What is it? Shanghorn with a Perigosto stick.
Yeah. What is it?
I've forgotten that was from this story because I thought it was belonged to the mind probe stuff about the pink.
Oh, in Frontier.
Yeah.
I want to know what its endless applications are.
That's what
I mean. Maybe that's what you could have said to your mate. After.
I should have said, yeah. Well, that's what I told you years ago. You should never trust a Venusian Shanghorn with a Perigosto stick.
Yeah.
And that might have entertained him more. Is it? There's this. I wonder who are these Terence Dixisms? Those all this business about like the stuff about the Venusian conference with the what is it? What are the different delegates? A rabbit with spots, I think, is it?
Yeah, purple horse.
That's right.
Pink elephant.
Yeah,
purple horse with yellow spots. Pink elephant, I think. Nelly is pink. Or Nelly is an elephant. Therefore, Nelly is also pink.
What's that from?
That's Destiny of the Daleks.
Oh God, when does he say that?
That's like right at the end when Davros is about to be encased in ice, and he's having that whole logic thing.
Yeah. I really need to rewatch that. Maybe we should do a review of that one of these days, and Ben can present his defense.
People versus Destiny of the Daleks.
Why is it when they're crawling up the pipe they can smell crude oil and they can't smell the rotten green death waste? He says that's crude. She says, "What's that?" Somebody says it's crude oil. You think, well, that's sure. Isn't that the pipe that the
they don't want to be flooding that down into the.
What was that, Ben?
Like the waste goes down,
yeah. They've got no reason to be flooding that down into the mine because they want to keep that so they can
Yeah, you thought.
Turn
Yeah,
it into.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, what's that going down there? No one understood that.
Unless maybe they repurposed the pipe. But
So interesting. Do you think that they were talking about the incidental music of Inferno is frightening? Do you not think Dudley hits the mark with the incidental music in terms of its alarming qualities?
I can't really say it's memorable either way.
Yeah, I can't say it
for
stands
me.
out. Like you
Nothing-
get it quite memorable at the Nuthatch, that sort of zany score, but
That big, all that guitar-y stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of,
Oh,
yes,
what,
I think
dun,
Michael
dun.
Bryant said he wanted that something sounded that was folksy and said John Denver. I think he said or something, and then Dudley said, "Oh, I tried to write something that a Welsh John Denver might have composed and came up with that." Whatever that is, I think there's a particular quality Dudley has at this time, which I would say sounds like it sounds like tortured cellophane. I'm trying to figure out if I've got an example. It's what he does particularly with the synthesizer at sort of scary moments.
I mean, when Doris sees the maggot in the pipe, that sort of stands out a bit. That did it?
Oh no!
Oh
Yeah.
no! What does she say? Oh, horrible!
Horrible this.
How's the old man?
She's about as convincing as John Pertwee's version of Char. What do we think of the comedy milkman and the comedy char lady?
We were talking about that while you were in the other room making your green dead cup of tea.
Yeah,
your green tea.
Which is all. I might have to go and make another one in a minute. Go on.
Yeah, was saying about how it's played rather straight. Never like it doesn't.
I like the milkman. The only bit I don't like is Mike Yates and him in the corridor. That's like, oh come on, get on with it. You're in an alien environment. You've got business to get on with. That just seems like a gratuitous bit of horsing around. You know,
he got that weird look on his face as he rubs his hands together.
That's awful. That's the Jenny Laird prize he gets for that, isn't it?
You get a nice bit of comedy with the moustache though after he's taken it off.
Oh, that's great. I've done that in plays. Is that's you have to do that if you ever play a part where you take off an adhesive moustache. That is, you have to do that. That's obligatory. You stuck on one thumb, pull it off, stuck on the other thumb. Yeah. No, I approve of that.
It's also interesting that he doesn't just go in the milkman disguise. He's got the milkman disguise over his own clothes anyway. He knows he's going to have a confrontation with boss, so he's like, "Well, I've got to look my best. I can't look."
Oh yeah, do you know? I'd never thought that through. That, of course, he has. I'd never thought that through. Yes, of course. So he's got the milkman over the John Pertwee Doctor Who costume. Brilliant.
And then he's got the what's her name? Doris costume.
Doris. Is she called
cleaning
Doris?
lady?
No, but he's probably just hung that up though, isn't he?
Is Doris not the spine-strapping girl up at the Red Dragon?
No, that's Rosie.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. Doris. Getting my stereotypical Welsh female characters completely mixed up here.
Because what's Mike Yates's fellow says to the doctor while he's cleaning, he goes, "How's your man, Doris?" And he
does. Oh, yeah, lovely.
He'd probably knows a great deal about Doris and her home life there if he's asking.
There's an essay in a Doctor Who book which is why didn't Plaid Cymru lynch Barry Letts? Which, you know what Plaid Cymru is there's a Welsh Nationalist Party because of the indignities levelled at the Welsh in this story. That might be high on the list. Just thinking of the music here. You see, the music. I always found the music of Doctor in this era at times alarming. There's never been anything as alarming as Malcolm Clarke's Sea Dolls score. You know,
that's one that's
just off. That just scared the hell out of me. But there's moments like, Are they jet fighters that the Brigadier's called? They keep going past.
I mean, that's the bombardment for the slag heap.
That's right, the
Yeah.
slag heap. Yeah.
I thought that was you
It didn't
playing,
work. I didn't think it would. Pardon?
because you just said there are moments like, and I thought that was
You thought that was me playing-
Bessie driving
playing one-
past, and I was
No.
expecting that little sting you get
No.
just after where it like shows the sign for Land Fairfax. So that's what I thought was that.
No,
I thought it was Bessie and Superdrive.
It sounds a bit like Bessie in super. He says super. He says super, doesn't he? Super drive. Somewhere here. Yeah. What are the best outside of the Sea Devils and Inferno? What are the other sort of really good Dudley Simpson schools at this time? Are there any that stand out? Do you think?
None that come to mind at the moment.
Is it all just
What about you, Ben?
Generic Dudley Simpson music? Is that how it
Yeah, I
sounds to you?
think so. Because you get the more distinctive ones are the Carrie Blyton ones, aren't they? But not necessarily for
Of
the
course,
better.
bear in mind, I mean, he's got a massive workload at this time because he writes 3 new title pieces of music this year for 3 completely different series. Do you know what they are?
Well, Trevor the Autons is quite a good score, actually.
Yeah, I think it's Charlie the Aussies because that, as somebody pointed out, because that season he's entirely using voltage control synthesizers. So there's no instrumentation at all outside of the synths, and that's the one that's most effective of that season because it sounds like he's writing for the synthesizer rather than trying to fake instruments. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to make it sound like other instruments
an
with the
orchestra.
synthesizer. Yeah, it's just he's using it like, no, these are weird electronic sounds, like Malcolm Clark does, like Delia Derbyshire does. You know, so addressing the electronic instrumentation for what it is, not sort of trying to mimic anything else. He writes 3 title musics for three pieces of title themes for 3 different series in 1973.
Yeah, I don't know which they are.
The
very
Tomorrow
famous
People, isn't it?
The Tomorrow People, yes, that's right. Which I used to. A lot of the Tomorrow People is ropey, but I just loved the music to the Tomorrow People. And it's. Are you familiar with the themes of the Tomorrow People?
I'm not.
I'm trying to find a good. You can hear its relationship to his incidental music. How's the chat doing? Has everyone gone to bed again?
Well, I think some people popped up earlier. Where are we? So Timescale says, no remote controls back then either. Our parents would get us kids to change the channel with the knob to channel surf.
Yeah, well,
when we were talking about switching channels.
You go around to other people's. I mean, we were quite well. I had very, very sort of selfless and egalitarian parents. We go around to somebody's house, and there would often be some family where there was a particular family member who was like the sort of the TV slave. Who was sent across the go on, Kevin, go and change it. So, and he always hit. He was probably the youngest kid who had to go over and like a pit pony, go and change the channel on the other side of the room. This is the theme we would. Oh no, yeah, this is the theme we'd rush home to listen to, and you can hear its relationship to so much to listen to. This is the opening theme to Tomorrow People. So there you go. You can hear sort of that starts round about Planet of the Daleks. I think it's about episodes 5 or 6 of Planet of the Daleks. So by the time Green Death's coming along, that's on every Monday. But you can hear sort of it's reminiscent,
I could
isn't it?
hear
Of,
the music of the Liz Shaw chase in Ambassadors of Death.
Right, yeah. Also, it's the way he uses that sort of eerie synth. You can hear sort of prefigurings of Ark in Space, though. That sort of the particular that sort of things that swoops up and down in it.
Rest in peace to headphone users there, by the way.
Was that very loud?
No, yeah, just a bit.
Excellent.
I had to quickly grab my my knob, as it were, and turn it down so that
grab your knob.
Deafened. Yeah.
So is that the only comment in the what do you call it? Chat.
Sammy Satine, I believe. From Perth, I believe.
Perth, yeah. Greetings to Sammy Satine Perth, who joined us very late last time.
Yeah.
So late, even I'd gone to bed.
The sign that we're going late again. My dad's parents didn't have enough money for a TV, and he used to watch Doctor Who at a friend's house if it was on before he had to be back home. Also, Doctor Who didn't air in Australia till 1965. Can you guess which city Doctor Who first aired in Australia? No Googling. And timescales there, guessed Brisbane.
I don't know. Well, you know, that's where Tegan comes from. I just thought I just go to Brisbane because of Tegan, probably, and it's where Janet Fielding comes from as well, of course, isn't it? What was that about squirrel?
Magnus Greel.
I thought you said and somebody squirrel. So
no.
I don't remember that character. Squirrel. What are the squirrel references? What squirrel reference can you think of in Doctor Who?
Is there any
clockwork squirrel?
Oh, Capaldi.
Yeah. Yeah. It was is it alarm clock that he dismantled and turned into a clockwork squirrel because he was being driven insane by Peter Andre.
Peter Andre, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it. That's what Nick Briggs would say. That's Stephen Moffat's had one too many that night when he read. No, it's very funny that. That's right. I feel the gentle brush of wings, gentle brush of death when I listen to that music or something. Or no, I long for the gentle brush of the gentle brush of whatever the hell it is. No, it's something about the gentle. Doesn't matter. Why does it say
the warm embrace of death, cold embrace of death?
No, it's an inventive metaphor. It's an invented metaphor for it. Google it because I want to know now. You're Google King.
What's the one? Sorry.
Well, look up Clockwork Squirrel. I think it's Under the Lake.
Yeah, that's it. Under the Lake transcripts. So you took it apart and used the pieces to make a Clockwork Squirrel, and because whatever song I heard first thing in the morning, I was stuck with 2 weeks of Mysterious Girl by Peter Andre. I was begging for the brush of Death's merciful hand.
The brush of Death's merciful hand. That's a great image, isn't it? The brush of Death's merciful hand. Yeah, no. Great.
There we go. Interestingly, this transcript has given Death a capital D.
Well, so it should have.
Because it's and you saw the Ambassadors of Death put on.
The Ambassadors of Death, yeah. There aren't any references. Interesting. Look, you get quite a lot of contemporary cultural references in revived Doctor Who, don't you? But there's almost never any in this. Which one of the reasons why it manages to be relatively timeless, because then Joe isn't talking about Gary Glitter whatever. Or,
Yeah.
you know what I
mean,
mean? Or
she comes up with the
whatever it might.
Beatles a couple of times, doesn't she? But that's about
Well, but thankfully, I actually think this is 1973. Season 10 is the season that Doctor Who finally catches up with the Beatles, and that although Troughton had a Beatle haircut, and we saw Ticket to Ride in the chase, but she quotes mispronounces "Goo Goo Gajoo." Do you know what the song's from? It's when she does, because that is one of the greatest songs ever written, in my opinion. I Am the Walrus. So at least it's a really classy reference. She didn't say, I don't know, something. She didn't refer to something that we now despise.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something preposterous from the early 70s. So
But it's funny because
I just mentioned tie a yellow ribbon around the older tree. I quite like it, but you know what I mean. So that's quite a classy one to reference. I Am the Walrus, and sort of the Carnival of Monsters is like an acid trip, and she's wearing at the beginning she's wearing Peter Davison's costume, but then she's wearing what looks like John Lennon's Afghan coat, which he was wearing sort of in the late 60s, which he bought from a shop on the King's Road called Granny Takes a Trip. I'm using it now. But that Afghan coat looks exactly like John Lennon's. Cliff looks a bit like John Lennon, actually, doesn't he? With that hair, the late 60s.
Yeah,
John Lennon.
But yeah, it's interesting. The Beatles certainly, as a reference point, do have a timeless quality to them now, don't they? I mean, it's always drawn to 60s and 70s, but it's something that children even can still get today.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, they rather like Doctor Who transcends television. The Beatles transcend pop music. There's something else. They're on another level from it. I think that's it's widely regarded that they're on a higher level. Some would disagree with that, and other opinions are available.
Yeah. I mean, I had a 5-year-old tell me that he had a dream that he met a Beatle.
Well, there you go.
Well, he didn't know which one, but still, the fact that
but the fact that he knew the bloody Beatles were is astonishing, isn't it?
And they're like culturally, well, like a big enough part of his life to appear in a dream.
Yeah. Well, there's somebody's written an essay on the relationship between the Beatles and Doctor Who, and exactly what song was being recorded when what episode was going out, or what episode was being transmitted. And when we come to discuss if you're both still interested in a particular Troughton story, there's a very interesting connection there. One which will involve us going underground, but that's another band who wrote that song, but you know what I mean. So yeah, what else? What's other areas of the Green Death have we yet to discuss or haven't done justice to?
I mean, I think need to head off in a minute.
Oh, really? Have you got an early start tomorrow?
I've got to work tomorrow, but it's all right.
Oh God.
Oh, sorry, Ben.
Well, we could call it. Right. We could not make it 7 hours for once in our lives, I suppose.
I think we've had a fairly comprehensive chat, haven't we, over the last.
What we haven't referred to is we haven't referred to in my opinion, the greatness of Nicholas Courtney in this story, who finally gets to feel like he's got a bit more interesting stuff to do than just
he's like a liaison, isn't he? Really, with
he's doing the Doctor stuff actually, before Pertwee arrives, isn't he?
Yeah,
and it's nice to see him in civvies for the first time. Have we seen him not in uniform before this story?
I mean, Mind of Evil.
What, in disguise?
Yeah, that's true.
I
see you've got a new job, Brigadier.
That's a designer's disguise, isn't it? And he does an accent for it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, but Demons.
Yeah, that's
Diamonds,
true.
Where he's in bed.
in his pajamas.
Oh,
And
before that,
his
when he's about to go off,
regimental costume, whatever it is. That's in a posher uniform. Yeah.
Have a
But it's
good
the
night,
first
sir.
time we've seen him in his own clothes, and it's nice to see him drive a 2-seater Mercedes. But no, he's terrific in those scenes with Stevens.
And then you get to see him again where he's in a suit for dinner.
That's right.
Yeah, and his little tux, isn't he?
And smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
But it's not beef.
No, that's right. It is beef.
It's one of those wonderful ongoing jokes, running jokes that the Brigadier, it doesn't diminish the Brigadier's humor though. Not humor, sorry, intelligence.
Which is that?
But I think the beef joke in this story.
Well, what's remarkable?
He's
actually remarkably open-minded. I mean, he's prepared to give Joe a lift down to be on the opposite side to him.
Yeah.
He's also very interested in those hippie scientists when he sort of actually seems genuinely curious about.
Never would have guessed.
Good heavens, yes, and all that sort of thing. There's a very nice line in the book about Joe's attitude to the Brigadier, where she says he's too open-minded, which is an odd thing to say about the Brigadier. But she says no. Sometimes because she feels very strongly about the politics and the ecology, whereas he's basically open-minded to whatever's most expedient, I suppose. I suppose that's rather nicely drawing attention to the fact that the soldiers obey orders, and whichever government comes in or who the powers that be are, they just do what they're told.
He's sort of like his character's almost a victim of that, isn't he? Where he then becomes the mouthpiece of the authority to go against the Doctor, even if they are friends, even if he's said not to be agreeing with it. For the sake of plot, he has to go along with it. Otherwise, the Doctor he's then on the side of authority in a way, isn't he? If the army that he's with is agreeing with him and going against. Yes. He's no longer the underdog anymore.
No. But it's given more sort of complexity and nuance in this story than in other stories, where I think there's a tendency for him to become, that bizarre, that thing of when we think about Web of Fear, how intelligent he is and how quickly he accepts the ludicrous notion of a time machine that's a police box, but he's prepared to buy into it. Whereas each week he seems to forget, doesn't he, through the period that last week they fought aliens, and so there's a bunch of aliens. Oh, don't be ridiculous! What do you mean aliens? as though he doesn't meet them every week, And I suppose there's got to be the reset at the beginning of every episode because that's just the way the dynamic works.
Yeah. I think it's always
1 week bullets might actually work.
Say again?
It's almost that it's worse than the Three Doctors.
It probably is. He's a bigger twit in the Three Doctors than he is elsewhere.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying, Ben?
I was going to say 1 week bullets might actually work.
Yeah.
Which story does he actually say that in? I'd like to meet an alien menace that wasn't immune to bullets.
Yeah.
Which story?
One?
I think it's great. Is it this one he's firing at the maggot?
I don't know. It's not. They're not really alien, though, is it? But he might say. I mean, you've certainly got the line. I'd never thought I'd fire it in anger at a drafted caterpillar.
That's this one. I think the one I wish I could find. I wish there was an alien threat that wasn't immune to bullets. Was
Robot.
Story.
Robot, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's just when it starts to grow.
Yes, you're right. I think you're right. I think you've got it.
And then he gets his wish the very next story he's in.
He does. That's right. Because Zygons are wimps, aren't they? Basically, yeah. Well, on that note, I think as Ben needs to go.
Sorry.
We should know, and it's been a great chat, and I think we shouldn't set the precedent of trying to outdo ourselves in longevity each time.
No. Otherwise, we'll end up with 24 hours.
We'll end up being stuck here forever, and it will be a chronic hysteresis.
Yeah.
And for once in my life, I'll crave K9 being here, so I could waggle his tail to get out of it. Great.
So on the 4-hour stream of Green Death, we are ending it on the note of Zygons are wimps.
Is that the last word?
I mean, that's what came out just before you said, and on that note.
I tell you what, let's leave on this. This is Russell T. Davis on Joe's sacrifice and the demons.
Okay.
I think the ending of The Demons, where Joe stands in front of the doctor and offers her life, is one of the most magnificent endings to a story I've ever seen. And that offer of sacrifice rebounds onto the demon, which destroys him. I can remember being 7, 8 years old watching that and literally being filled with a new thought. The joy of that sacrifice and the bravery of that sacrifice and the power of that sacrifice, which destroys the villain. It's like we get too used to this stuff, and we take the mickey out of endings like that sometimes. And as time
I
goes
thought
on,
it was
I think
really-
fans discuss this stuff too much, and we come there, oh yeah, Joseph offers her life. It's like you must never forget what it was like when he was 7 or 8, where that is life changing.
Yeah.
And lesson.
There you go. That's a good one to end on, isn't it?
Yeah, Jackie
Yeah,
Green
it's very
says,
fitting.
really interesting chat. Enjoyed it. Thanks.
Who said
Thank
that?
you, Jackie Green.
Thank you, Jackie
Glad
Green.
to have done.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll come back next time,
Mm.
and we should chat about when that is.
Yeah,
we should.
arrange that. but-
We should. Well, we'll have a chat this week. Well, we'll no doubt be exchanging humorous messages.
Yeah.
as
Me and
is
Ben
that.
will be. Me and Ben will be back tomorrow though to discuss the
Oh,
artist at the end of time, the latest Once and Future.
Oh,
release.
Well,
well,
you're in as well.
Yeah.
I'm not. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Don't mention the War Machine.
Sorry.
I mentioned it once. I think I only went on for about an hour about it. No spoilers tonight. Lovely. Fantastic. I look forward to that. I'll tune in. I might chip in the odd. I won't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you can pop in after. We can.
I
have
might
a
pop-
speak. We can
what-
plan
Yeah.
whatever afterwards or whatever.
What you mean? Have us have a chat after.
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
chin wag.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That'll be great. Yeah. Well, what time? What time are you going to finish?
Who knows with us?
Who
We don't
knows?
even know what time we're going to
All
start.
right. Well, I'll keep even if I'm not watching, I'll keep popping in. Keep an eye and say where are they? Right. They
Yeah.
sound like they're winding up.
Yeah.
Does this
I don't
look like
think
it's
it'll be
gonna be a
another late one like this one.
No.
What time did we stop last time in the morning? It was
I
about
think
4
it
in
was
the
like
morning.
two or three, wasn't it, or something like that?
Yeah, it was pretty late.
Sam, Mr. Monk Cactus, has just joined us. I'm afraid you're a little
Well,
late.
What are you
Sam. We're
doing?
just
What time do
about-
you call this, Sam Bonk Cactus?
He calls it evening. He said evening, lads.
No, fair enough.
Crikey.
Fair
We're,
enough, fair
we're just
enough.
about to say goodnight,
He's a
Sam.
cactus after my own heart, you know.
Mm.
I wish I had a vibra slap. You know what a vibra slap is, don't you?
Mm.
No, I don't.
Ben knows what about. It's the instrument that's used that's the sound effect for Megalos. You know when there's that noise. Yeah, it's called a vibra. So
Sorry,
What?
mates. I've been to the pub, says Sam.
well, there's
so-
no.
there's
Well,
no shame in that.
now you're all right by me. You've been on a you know
So Friday night after.
on a mission of meaning. That's fine. Fantastic. It is Friday.
Did you have anything nice to drink?
Der Tag.
Still nice seeing you, lads. He says.
Oh, nice.
Well, nice to hear from you as well. And we never asked Daniel what is how he pronounces his surname. Did he ever answer that question?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think probably was a bit late for him by the time we finally got around to asking.
Okay, it was too nice an evening. That was how you interpreted the remark, wasn't it? So what are you doing on a nice night like that, like this, wasn't it?
Probably
Yeah.
watching Love Island or something.
That's where Joe and Cliff and Joe are or went or were they still married in universe?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
they've got.
But didn't they get
like-
divorced in some Virgin Adventures or something, and then it was changed
Well,
in
Joe
They get-
died in a book.
oh, did she?
So yeah, they killed her off.
Yeah, I think the Virgin books always go for the most depressing option, and
No,
then
this was a
big
BBC
finish or
book, this
TV.
was-
Oh, really? But
Sensational.
even
Yeah.
anything wilderness years though goes for the most depressing option, and then the
Right.
show comes back and suddenly they've got to behave themselves a bit more because there's that ongoing image again of the show to maintain, isn't there?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I think either Russell on TV or Stephen on TV or someone at Big Finish quietly retcons things and makes them a bit nice.
Oh, just a minute. I think there's a message coming through.
Stephen, process him.
I think you better go before you get processed because I've just been told to process both of you. So So it's probably best to.
Stephen,
All right.
processing.
Is that wise?
Is it necessary?
It's not
It isn't
necessary.
necessary to
Not
end the stream.
necessary. Surely.
I just need to grab my bag.
Yeah.
Nip-
Thank you all
nip-
for
nip
joining
out
us
of the
today.
lift. Yeah,
Yeah.
bless you
And
all, and
we'll see you again.
See you soon. See you soon. See you, lads.
Take care, Stephen.
Ta-ta.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.